Allegiance. Tonight's invocation is being offered by Reverend Jim Hamilton from the Donaldson Heights United Methodist Church. He is the guest of Councilmember Glover.
Representative Glover said I could preach for 3 hours. Would that be okay? And just giving it a shot. And let us pray. Gracious and holy God, we call upon you to be with us here this evening. As we gather here, we've accepted our commission as representative and as citizens of those that live in these districts and the city of Nashville. We seek the rule of justice and law for our city. And Lord, we pray that we meet each time that we come with a vision, your vision, for the city to go forward. Lord, with the wisdom and knowledge and gifts, we pray that this group will guide our community into a place that it will continue to strive and go in a way that many others will call this also a home. Lord, be with the mayor, our leaders, and that through conversation, debate, decision-making, it will be done with great discernment. As a council, representatives of the people, let all decisions be made for the rights and dignity of all persons. Lord, as tough issues and decisions are made tonight, let them be for your kingdom as well as for the citizens of Nashville. And Lord, as citizens, let us offer encouragement and support to our leaders. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Amen. Without objection, we'll suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of the members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for the adoption of the minutes of our meeting on May 15th? We have a motion and a second. If there is no objection, the minutes will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Stein?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. As Rules Chair, I move that when we adjourn this meeting, the Council adjourn to Tuesday, June 12, 2012 at 6 p.m. for the purpose of considering Ordinance BL 2012-159, the Capital Improvement Budget for fiscal year 2013, on third and final reading, along with any other matters the Vice Mayor deems appropriate for consideration at that time.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Before we begin, just want to offer our condolences to Councilmember Megan Berry, whose grandmother Lillian Coberly passed away on June 4th. Their thoughts are with you. And I would also like to recognize Jesse Short, who is... Mr. Short, where are you? There you are. He's a rising senior at McGavock High School. He is here with the Nashville Career Advancement Center internship program, and he'll be working in the council office 20 hours a week during the month of June, and we're glad you're with us tonight. Thank you. We're now at elections and confirmations. Councilmember Stein.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The Rules Confirmations Committee had 3 folks appear before us tonight. The first is a first-time appointee to the Board of Parks and Recreation, Ms. Elizabeth Chase. She is recommended to the Council by a vote of 11 for, none against, and I move her approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes.
A first-time appointee to the Public Library Board, Ms. Jessie Garcia Vandegreek. Ms. Vandegreek was approved by the committee, 11 for, none against, and I move her approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
For the Transportation Licensing Commission, the reappointment of Mr. Brian Winfrey will be deferred until July 3rd. The committee met with Mr. Sal Hernandez, who is a reappointment to the Transportation Licensing Commission. He is recommended 11 for, none against, and I move his approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. When I call your name, please stand and remain standing. Elizabeth Chase, Jesse Garcia Vandegrick, and Sal Hernandez. On behalf of the Metropolitan Council, thank you so much for volunteering your time and your expertise for our great city. Thank you. Before we begin with our agenda, I need to make a couple of announcements. If you do not have a seat in the chamber, you need to move to the mezzanine. There is no standing. In a few minutes, we're going to start with the public hearing regarding the proposed capital improvements budget and the operating budget. The first one that we will hear is the public hearing on the capital improvements budget, and that will be BL 2012-159. The capital improvements budget is a planning document. We will not be authorizing any expenditures of public funds. It is strictly a planning document for capital projects. No funds are being allocated with this one. The second bill on public hearing is the operating budget, BL 2012-154. When you address the council, you will have 3 minutes to speak. You need to state your name and your address when you come to the lectern. And I'm going to ask each and every one of you to be civil with your comments and to be respectful of everyone in the chamber and to be respectful of everyone here tonight that wants to speak. If it's been said, try to avoid redundancy. We appreciate your being here. We want to hear from you, but we want to be respectful of everyone and let them have an opportunity as well. I'm going to repeat what I just said. If you do not have a seat in the chamber, you need to move to the mezzanine. There is no standing. Following the public hearing, the council will vote on the budget of the second of 3 required readings. The second reading of our budget is really a formality. If the council defeats the budget on second reading, the mayor's budget goes into effect automatically, and it becomes law pursuant to the Metro Charter. So if we all abstain or we defeat it tonight, the mayor's budget goes into effect automatically. I wanted everyone to be familiar with the process before we begin the public hearing tonight. The first one on public hearing, as I said, is BL 2012-159. It adopts the capital improvements budget for the metropolitan government for 2012-2013 through 2017-2018. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd move to open the public hearing.
Thank you. Those in support, please come to the lectern. This is the capital improvement plan. This is not the operating budget, just so everyone is very clear on what you're speaking on. Please give us your name and address.
Ellen Bowden McIntyre. I live at 226 Deer Park Circle in Nashville. Good evening, everybody. My husband and I have twin 6-year-olds who are rising first graders at Julia Green Elementary School, and we have a 3-year-old who is zoned to go there when she's older. I am here to support the acquisition of land to expand the Julia Green campus in the mayor's budget. Julia Green has hardly any open green space, since most of that space has been filled up with portables in just the last school year. The children have very limited room to play. I've been to some of the other elementary schools in the Hillsborough cluster, and they have much more open space than Julia Green has. This did not used to be the case. When I chose to send my children there was a lot more open green space, but again, with the addition of all these portables, that is no longer the case, and the school is a lot less nice than it used to be in that regard. We have a rare opportunity to add land that is contiguous to the campus. This additional land could be used for sports, which there is currently no real room for, or to expand the cramped playground. I understand that the mayor's budget says the money at stake will go to land acquisition, but that the capital improvements budget says the money will go to an addition of 12 additional classrooms. So I'm assuming that, I think there's an amendment that might be introduced next week. I'm assuming that this will be corrected so that this money will clearly go for the land acquisition and not for all these new classrooms to an already overcrowded situation. I hope that if this land is acquired, it will not be used for a 12 classroom addition, which I oppose. Julia Green is already overcrowded, and it is already almost the same size as its zoned middle school, J.T. Moore. The answer to this overcrowding is not to make Julia Green even bigger, but rather to balance the students across existing schools in the cluster or to reopen the Stokes School. To the extent that the land acquisition and teacher pay raise is dependent upon the mayor's proposed revenue increase, please know that I would support that revenue increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Pierce, and I live at 4329 Wallace Lane. I'm here to address the budget item for Julia Green. Being asked to support a property tax increase for our schools is difficult for me when I know there is no plan for the future growth at Julia Green or the Hillsborough cluster and West Nashville as a whole. I do, however, support the purchase of the available land and properly planning for this growth. I strongly encourage you as council members to hold MMPS accountable for that process. Each school community has a unique set of needs, and MMPS would do well by understanding the community first before planning on such a large scale. Creating this proposal from Bransford Avenue without the input from the school community and neighborhood has resulted in an unsustainable proposed 12 classroom expansion. I find exception in our school board member Michael Hayes, who has worked very hard on the behalf of Julia Green. The overcrowding at Julia Green has resulted in compromises, educationally in our related arts classes and in the physical safety of children at PE, recess, and especially at drop-off and pickup. You all received an email from a parent whose son received a concussion requiring 11 staples in an overcrowded PE class with 75 kindergartners. There was no adult able to give a meaningful account of the accident. I followed up with the mother, and this was her response. I see the vote for the capital expenditures and expansion as an easy course for MMPS and council members to advocate on the larger issue of actually dealing with the details of the overcrowding problem. My husband and I feel strongly about supporting public schools, but the bottom line is that we can't afford to have our son get lost in this environment. He will not to return to the school in the fall. We do not fault the teachers or administration at Julia Green. They have been given nearly an impossible task and appear to be operating in crisis mode. We should not lose families to Julia Green because parents have valid concerns over their child's safety. I close by exhorting you to be a good steward of Julia Green Elementary School. This school has served the city of Nashville well for 63 years and deserves thoughtful attention to this serious situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Vice Mayor and honorable council members, my name is Mike Steele. I live at 1017 Enon Circle. I'm the principal at Stratford High School, and I've been in Tennessee for 2 years, and I wish I would have moved here 10 years ago. It's a fantastic state, and Nashville is a fantastic city. My brother, I should have listened to him years ago. But I'm here. I've been here for 2 years. I'm proud to be in Nashville. I'm proud to be at Stratford High School. I want to come to you tonight to tell you that I've served my community since I was 18 in the Marine Corps for 4 years and as a police officer for over 10 years. And I think the mayor's budget is reasonable and fair. I think that the minimal sacrifice it takes for us to better our city and better our schools is going to be something substantial. Currently at Stratford High School, I have cracks in my ceilings, cracks in my foundation, no AC in parts of the building, and in those parts that have AC, when it's freezing outside, sometimes it's not monitored well and it's freezing inside. When it's hot outside, sometimes it's not monitored well and it's hot inside. So my students go through that on a regular basis. The mold issue is substantial. The radon levels are 4 times that of recommended levels, and all these things need to be addressed. And again, this is a fair and reasonable solution to the problems that we have at Stratford High School, not to mention some of the other beautification items that need to take place since there hasn't been any since the 1960s. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be the principal there. This is a great school district. I've never been more impressed with the leadership. I've never been more impressed with our elected officials. I'm asking you tonight to support the mayor's budget because it is a reasonable budget and it's fair for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in opposition wishing to speak? Please line up at the lectern. Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember McGuire, do you have a committee report?
Yes, ma'am. The Budget and Finance Committee voted to approve and to re-refer to the Budget and Finance Committee with a vote of 11-4, none against. At this time, I would move to approve and re-refer to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next is BL 2012-154, adopts the operating budget of the Metropolitan Government for fiscal year 2012-2013. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd move to open the public hearing.
Those in support wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern. Please state your name and your address.
My name is Sharon Newsom, and I reside at 301 North 9th Street. I'm here tonight asking you to vote in favor of the proposed budget. As a family service specialist with Head Start, I see the needs of our youngest citizens firsthand. I am blessed to get to interact with them on a daily basis. The investment our city has made in the facilities of Head Start has really been beneficial to the greater community. We are preparing our students to be ready to enter metro schools eager to perform at a higher level. Thank you for your willingness to do the right thing and to continue to invest in our city. Please vote yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Betty Russell. I live at 503 Page in Goodlettsville, Tennessee. I support this budget because we need to protect the services that makes Nashville a well-run city. I'm a 33-plus year employee of Metro Schools, and for the past 2 years, I've been a guidance tech at Croft Middle Design School. Since Metro Schools is the largest portion of Metro's budget, I am concerned about how MNPS administration has treated the paraprofessionals that were recently laid off. I'm afraid of the unintended consequences that our most vulnerable students will face. Cutting services to our special needs students will adversely affect their learning environment. The last time we cut services like this was when we fired 700 custodians and privatized their jobs to GCA. We were told this would save money and no services would be lost. But those facts are no longer true. Schools are not as clean, and the price tag has gone up on a contract that was supposed to save us money and be locked in for 5 years. We're now being told that the paraprofessional jobs are being eliminated because of stimulus funding. But at a parent meeting yesterday, an MNPS administrator went on record to tell parents that even if the money was available, they would not rehire the paraprofessionals. Does that sound familiar to you? This is what you were told 2 years ago when you offered funding for the custodians. This is a policy decision, not a financial decision, and this is not what MNPS is telling publicly. The increased money in this budget that GCA is asking for could be used to save the jobs of those who serve our most vulnerable children. We need to continue going forward, not taking steps backward, by ensuring every penny is going to improve the learning environment of our students. I'm here tonight to ask you to please vote yes on this budget. But please don't tell me that you can't do anything about how the money's spent. I know as a council you can't do that, but you're a citizen of Davidson County. Some are parents and grandparents of our students. You have a great deal of influence in your community, and you can partner with your school board member to assure that harmful policies within MPS that hurt our children are not implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gordon Gross, 6226 Deal Avenue. I'm a Metro employee. This budget that the mayor has proposed contains the first cost of living increase for Metro employees since the Purcell administration. How far back is that, 4 or 5 years? It's only 4%. We probably lost 8, 10, 11% to inflation over the last 4 to 5 years. Yet there are people who are protesting against this. These people use our services. They want quick fire and police protection. They want Public Works to come out and fix the potholes and the streetlights in their communities. I work at the health department. They come to us for birth certificates, flu shots, shot records, and school forms. They want the restaurants inspected. They want us to spray for mosquitoes. They want us to curtail diseases. They also want dedicated teachers in our schools. Why would anybody dedicated stay here when they can make so much money in other cities? People want services, but they don't want to pay for them. You know, this is the first property tax increase in 7 years. It's not like it's only been 2 or 3 years. And the $16 a month, they say it's going to cost people, that's for a $145,000 home. If your home is less, you'll pay less, and we all get some of that back at the end of the year. That means that landlords can't gouge their tenants either because they get some of this money back. I know there are some people out there who also haven't had a cost of living increase in several years, and I sympathize with them because we're there. But the answer is not to keep us down. The answer is for them to negotiate with their employers so that everybody wins. We've seen funding for a convention center, for a hotel, for sports teams. It's our turn, okay? I'm asking you to do the right thing. Pass this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, member of council, my name is Robert Weaver. I'm president of Fraternal Order of Police. Our lodge is located at 440 Welshwood. Many of you know me through my work as FOP president. Prior to that, I served as a detective sergeant in the East Precinct. One of the most frustrating cases we had, and many of your constituents will tell you, are burglary cases. Victims feel that their safety and security have been stripped away from them. They feel violated because of these cases. Often because of what's taken from them, it's very difficult to track and very difficult to resolve. In 2006 or 7, we had one burglar who would hit 4 to 5 houses a day for about 4 to 6 months. Once we located him, we were able to go back to most of the houses, and we were able to go through a lot of the property that he had taken. If we had been able to use DNA, if the opportunity had presented itself early on for DNA testing in that case, and we had gotten him before he had struck so many times, we would have been able to save a lot of families their security being stripped from them. Citizens have come to expect these tools in police work. While the DNA lab may seem like an extravagance, how long would you want to wait if your family member or your property was taken or injured by another? The quicker we can get results, the quicker we can identify and apprehend those who would break our laws and violate the peace of the community. This budget funds positions to staff the DNA lab. It also funds employee improvement. Many of you who are on your second terms have made difficult cuts for the last several years to our budgets. We have sacrificed as employees. We are a proud police department and proud of the work we do for these citizens. This budget will keep us moving forward in law enforcement through providing us with needed tools and supporting people who work to make Nashville safer. I encourage you to vote for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ed Grubbs. I live at 5609 Chestnut Wood Trail, Hermitage, Tennessee. I worked for the public library for the last 26 years. 2006 was when I topped out at my pay grade, and 2007 was the last raise. According to the Consumer Price Index calculator on the Labor Statistics website today, my salary has eroded 10.7% since 2007. So that's roughly like taking $3,600 out of your pocket. Now, I would like to have the 4%. That would help out, that's for sure. but also to the library, which I work, provides services in the summertime for the kids. A lot of the libraries are in conjunction with community centers, and so kids can go play for a while, then they can come in and learn about the computer, maybe find some books to read, and have some people around there that are supervisors and or role models. Because if the kids are just out on the street, especially in some of the rougher neighborhoods, the trouble will come look for them. It's not where they go look for trouble. Trouble comes and looks for them. So especially the ones with the community centers attached, that's very important. That 10.7 didn't include the fact that our health insurance went up during this time, or the fact that library employees that work downtown have to pay $105 back to the city to park at the library parking garage each month. Or what is that, $1,260 a year out of their salary just to park in the city parking lot. Thank you very much.
Good evening, my name is Lee Pigg. I live at 708 Haystack Lane in Antioch. Well, I'm here tonight to ask you to vote in favor of the mayor's proposed budget. Every day I work as a call taker and a dispatcher for Nashville's Emergency Communications 911 Center, and I know how valuable investing in our city is. Our response times to answering 911 calls are low because we have invested in more public safety across our city. When the people are experiencing their worst moments, they turn to us for immediate help and reassurance at their worst moments, which will not be able to provide that the way we have in the past if our budgets are continually cut. During the flood 2 years ago, our department was instrumental in making sure that first responders were where they needed to be at the worst time. And heaven forbid that ever happens again, anything that catastrophic, but if it does, we need to be ready in our city. Our population is growing, and we must invest in the infrastructure to keep moving in a positive direction. Please vote yes on the mayor's budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, neighbors, and Metro City Council members. My name is Doug Collier. I reside at 3185 Hidden Creek Drive in Antioch. I serve as president of SEIU Local 205, which represents Metro employees in practically every department in the city except fire and police. I come to this hearing expressing full support of the property tax adjustment, which moves this city forward and provides a much-needed cost of living increase to employees who have had to do more for less over the last 5 years. I can legitimately say this as I live in Davidson County and pay taxes here, along with approximately 82% of my membership that work for Metro. We are willing to pay our fair share in order to get a fair shake. Furthermore, I will state, as I have on many occasions, that we support Councilman Tiger's bill on the Davidson County residency requirement for Metro employees, so long as it would apply only to newly hired employees. Tonight, you will hear from a cross-section of workers in this city, and they will share with you their concern and commitment to public service. Despite years of budget cuts, these folks continue to serve the people of our city, and in some cases, win awards to do so. They should not be taken for granted any longer, and neither should the valuable public services they provide to everyone in this community. By voting for this budget, you are showing your constituents that you are committed not just to education and public safety, but also to a better quality of life in our community. Whether it's brush pickups, convenient library branches, well-maintained parks, or a host of other programs and services that make Nashville a top destination for businesses and our residents. That's not to say that there aren't some things to be frustrated with in this budget, but there aren't things that the mayor has control over. The Metro Schools budget is the single largest of any department in this county, which is a little scary because we mostly have a dysfunctional school board that sits on their hands while the school's director and administrator show a continuing lack of respect for parents, their employees, their own policies, the employee groups, and this council. This community, I predict, will grow even more resentful towards school administrations until those problems are addressed. Having said this, I urge you to vote for the mayor's budget without amendments. The monies incorporated are sufficient to meet the needs as provided, and it does keep Nashville moving forward. What I would also urge you to do is show up at school board meetings or contact the school board members. Tell them to restructure their budget as Mayor Dean has his and include include those workers in a 4% cost of living adjustment. School employees, again, most of whom live in Davidson County and pay property taxes here, deserve the same consideration as Mayor Dean is proposing for Metro general government employees. And please ask the hard questions tomorrow night at the school's public hearing. Someone has to hold them accountable. But tonight, I urge you to support something you can control, this budget without amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reyes, 314 Powwood Drive. Hello, my name is Jesse Reyes, and I am part of the NASA after-school program at Wright Middle School. The NASA program have taught me how to make good decisions and help me with selecting a career choice that best fits me. Having something to do after school keeps me out of trouble, and if there was no NASA programs, I would try to get them started myself.
Thank you.
Aaliyah Jackson, 1016 Pawnee Trail, Madison, Tennessee. Hi, my name is Aaliyah Jackson. I will be attending East Literature Magnet School for my 8th grade year. I've been a participant at Youth in the Village, which is a NASA site in East Nashville, for 2 years, going on 3. On my first year, I attended Youth in the Village. 2011, me and some of my friends participated in African drum dance. We performed at Hadley Park and at the Village Church. Even though I didn't participate in the recording studio, they made some wonderful recordings. I also performed at Hadley Park and the Village Church. The program has helped me, and I've watched it help others. It has helped us in troubled areas, growing as an individual, team building, teamwork. I hope you all approve this NASA for next year and many more years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is James Staub. I reside at 510 Gay Street, Unit 1107. I am proud to be in Councilmember Gilmore's district. I am proud to serve this city as a librarian in the Nashville Public Library. I am proud to serve there also as SEIU Library Union Steward. I am most proud of my coworkers who every day provide excellent public service through the libraries. I have one coworker, at the end of every day I can ask her, what did you get to do to serve the public today? And she always has a wonderful story of how she was able to connect a patron with our collection, able to connect a patron to services on the internet that they didn't otherwise have. I'm also very proud of the citizens tonight in the council chamber for being so quiet. That's a librarian. No, actually, I'm most proud because I believe that our libraries are the brick and mortar embodiment of our commitment as a city to the First Amendment. And I'm proud to stand at this podium and practice that again. And again, I am proud to do my little piece in helping Nashville move forward. I grew up in East Tennessee, where political matters often boil down to, are you for it or are you against it? And I would like to go down, and also for the folks that I've spoken with today who would love to be here but are keeping the branch libraries open till 8, I would like to go down as saying that I am for moving Nashville forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Russ Anthony, and I live at 446 Clearwater Drive in Nashville. I'm here today in support of the Metro's budget for 2 reasons. One is that it will help us to maintain quality employees within Metro government, as well as reach out for applicants for any opening positions that we may have. But the thing that I really want to talk about tonight is that the position that we're in tonight is that you have the people that are in support of this budget and the people that are against this budget. And we're, quite frankly, we're fighting over scraps. We all know that this body in the last 6 months has given away Metro money. LifePoint has been guaranteed a tax abatement of $6 to $7 million in the last 6 months, over 15 years. We know that HCA has been given $3 million in tax abatement over the next 7 years. And HCA has been given a tax abatement of $5 to $8 million over 12 years. This is money that we say we don't have. And yet we have to raise property taxes in order to pay for the services in which these tax revenues, this tax increase would pay for. So it pits the people who are for the tax increase, myself, I'm a Metro employee. I do good work, and the people I work for, that I work with, we do good work. We're pitted against citizens, and the ones who are against the taxes, the same citizens who say that they want quality services in town are saying that, well, we don't want to pay for it. I think that we need to look at the way that we actually deal out money in this in Metro. And if we really say we want quality services and we really want quality employees to work for Metro government, let's not give that money away. Let's let those corporations pay their fair share. We're not asking for them to pay more than they should pay. You go above what they're expected to pay, but pay their fair share. And then over the next 15 years, over the next 12 years, and over the next 7 years, we won't see ourselves at this same situation where we have to ask for money when we always promised that money to somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, member of the council. My name is Mark Young. I am the president of the Firefighters Local 140. Just like the other labor groups here tonight have said, the firefighters have also been without a pay increase for 5 years. The firefighters are in support of this budget, and we ask you, council members, to vote yes. We have taken cuts for the last 4 and 5 years in the fire department. This is an opportunity to at least give the firefighters of Nashville a small piece, and we ask you to vote yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone when you give your street address to also give the city that you live in.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Lildias Honey Russell, and this is Michael Wayne Ledford II, and we live at 1217 Bryan Street in Old Hickory, Tennessee, 37138. I am a proud mother of a 2012 McGavock High School graduate, so I also represent her. That's not yours. You give it back. You waited your turn. And the reason why I'm here and I'm not at home where I should be with my little man is because I'm also a Metro employee, dedicated to the job and the service of my special needs children for the last 12 years. And I deal with my children and come home to my little guy. I want to make sure that you understand that this budget not only will cover the fact that I have a graduate, I have an upcoming Metro student in my household that I have to care for and love and take care of after taking care of my children at the school where I work for. So make sure that you understand and put a face to the dollars and the cents that you will be voting on, and make sure that you understand that you are supporting future students, their parents, and graduates who will also become future voters. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone else in the chamber that wished to speak in support of the budget, please line up at the lectern. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Robertson, and my resident is 1616 14th Avenue North, Nashville. I'm here this evening asking you to vote for the budget. I have worked at Metro General now for 17 years, and I have seen the needs of patients served continue to rise. Many of our neighbors do not have insurance or not adequately insured, and we work every day at General to serve everyone's medical needs. I am truly blessed to work with a team of doctors, bringing in new healthy babies into the world at Metro General. And I have seen the gift that this hospital gives back to the community. The investment in our city to improve our medical facility has been so amazing. We are able to serve more patients, to do it faster and better as we continue to do a safety net for those who need it the most. We also have proven to be a cost-saving mechanism for Metro employees who come to our hospital for their medical needs. We are proud of the work that we do each day and grateful for the area that we work in. Please fully implement the budget and keep Nashville moving forward on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kay Groves. I live at 5163 Drakes Branch Road, Nashville, Tennessee. What I'd like to say tonight is that I know that at one point, everyone in this room, if you've worked for someone else, you've had a boss, you've prayed that you will get a raise at the end of the year so that you can be able to feed and clothe your children. And you've hoped that maybe you'd get enough of a raise to take them on the vacation that they deserve. We all have had this hope and this prayer, those of us who've worked for other people. When you work for Metro Schools, it's not like that. You hope that you can get a raise enough to cover what percent that your insurance premiums go up, because they do every year. They raise the insurance premiums, we have more coming out of our checks, and we have less that we're bringing home in order to feed and clothe our children. And I know that none of us like to pay higher taxes, but unfortunately, it's these higher taxes that you're paying that help to provide a cost of living for those who provide services for you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taylor Hummel, and I live at 2715 Amberwood Circle, 37221, and I am both here with Stand for Children, and I'm also a parent of 2 girls that are in the public school system. And I won't bore you with a lot of statistics and whatnot, because I know that you're going to hear from a lot of people tonight on both sides. I wanted to let you know that we started the campaign that everyone should dress in blue, don't get the budget blues if they support, and we have about 200 people out there all dressed in blue who are supporting this budget and who would like to see the budget passed and see us receive fully funded schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is James Urquhart. I'm actually here for Norman Binkley Elementary School, 4700 West Lawndale Drive, 37211. I'm actually the principal at Norman Binkley Elementary School. And just to tell you, it's my first year there. I'm 13th in Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools, and we're one of the first schools up to get the renovation addition. We need it. I mean, we have 11 portables. We have inadequate heating and cooling. We have cracks throughout the walls, throughout the building. I mean, we need that addition and renovation. That is a big deal for us. I know student scores are a big deal, and I think if that's a big deal and we're here to improve public education, then we need to vote yes for the tax increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Peters. I'm Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of a software company in Nashville called Universal Robotics. I brought this company to Nashville 4 years ago, in large measure, if you think about it, because of the work you all do. You have been fantastic at paying attention to how to grow the economy and keep this area stable through this downturn. And you need to be commended for that work. But I'll tell you what, you've done all that work, now's the time to step it up even further. I am part of the chamber committee that's doing the report cards for the school district. And I'm also the chair of the Business Advisory Committee for the Stratford STEM Magnet School. And the reason that I'm doing those things is not because I have children in public school. It's because I see the value, the economic value of the work that the schools are doing. And in this report card, if you saw the one that we just completed here last year, what we saw was the effort that you've all brought to bear, the effort that the school system's bringing to bear is turning out results. But this is a long-range play. As the mayor has said to all of us, we have to commit and we have to go the distance to be able to make this work. And if you look at the record, if you look at what's happening in this school system, we're coming up out of the dust, and it's fantastic. You need to pass this budget. Look at what just preceded me. That gentleman, he's got real need, and those children have real need. Your ability to say yes or no, that we've given you the power to do, really comes down, to my mind, to 2 choices. You can either say yes to the prosperity and growth, the growth that allows my business to continue to grow and take advantage of highly skilled individuals, or you could say no, and you can say no to us growing this community. It really is that simple. And you could say no to the children who need a good education, because every statistic that's out there shows us education now is key to how we're going to grow as a country over the next 40, 50 years. You need to step up and do this, and I know you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sergeant Danny Hale of the Metropolitan Police Department. I'm the immediate past president of the Fraternal Order of Police. I am also a lifelong resident of Nashville, Tennessee. I've said on many different occasions that I love this city and I love this police department. I was the president during the economic downturn in 2008. President Weaver and I knew that we were going to have to tighten our belts. We would not like losing our step raises, and we did not like losing them, but everybody had to suffer just a bit, and we did. I want to point out that some of these young officers have never gotten their first raise in this city, the raises that were promised when they were hired. None of them have quit working. In fact, the bar has been raised higher and higher, and they have stepped up every time to get the job done. When Mayor Dean first ran for office, we had talked about this city, even though my membership chose to back two other guys. I told him that I would vote for what I thought was best for Nashville. He has made the hard decisions over the past 4 years and to cut and keep the budget down. He's made another hard decision this time around, and that's to raise these taxes. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, it is time for y'all to step up and start rebuilding employee confidence in our leaders. The police department is run professionally by Chief Anderson and his command staff. We are held accountable when errors are made, and I asked as a proud Nashvilleian that you would do the right thing and start making the professional men and women of this great police department whole again by supporting this tax increase. Finally, I want to say, I know that you will do the right thing by the city's employees, and those citizens with the opposing view, I respect your thoughts. I do want to point out that the city and its citizens promise certain things to the employees, and you must fulfill your obligation. My wife and I are both police officers in this great city, and we are proud to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Doug Fox, and I represent Nashville Auto Diesel College, and our 1,300 students that are here in Nashville to learn the technical trades that'll keep our cars, trucks, and heavy equipment moving.
Could you give your address, please?
1524 Gallatin Avenue, Nashville. Thank you. With 19 acres, 22 buildings, we are a large payer of property taxes. Additionally, since our students come in from 31 states, they bring in a great deal of economic impact and sales tax revenue to this city. If you think, those of you that have a college student, if you think about what it was like when you took your child to college, you had certain expectations of the institution and the infrastructure around that college. You expected him to be able to probably get a part-time job for most college students, and you expected him to be safe. I'm here to support transit, which is a key element for us on Gallatin Avenue, being able to go up and down, and about 20% of our student body has no transportation. They can get downtown to Rivergate in a reasonable amount of time. And MTA has been wonderful partners with us. We're developing the program, and we're totally in support of that effort. Probably just as critical as public safety. I can't say enough for the improvements made at the East Precinct by the police force. Without Commander Imhoff and his wonderful people over there, our children would be very, very vulnerable to everything that goes on at the college level. It's almost on a weekly basis that you pick up and you find that there's been some violence done on a campus. And we're very, very blessed to have that. So on behalf of our 1,300 students and the administration, I would urge you to pass Mayor Dean's budget.
Thank you.
Good evening. I don't find the microphone. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to come and share my thoughts with you tonight. My name is Brenda Dillon, and I live at 313 Overridge Cove in Hermitage. I have made Nashville my home since 1982, and we have a wonderful city with many, many things to be proud of. I'm here because my greatest concern this evening involves transportation. Without our public transportation, it really doesn't matter how many wonderful programs and services we offer to our citizens. For those people who, for whatever reasons, be they economical or because of limitations in their ability to drive themselves, without affordable and reliable transportation, those services and programs would be of no value. As immediate past chair of the Mayor's Advisory Committee for People with Disabilities and as current Vice President of a national disabilities organization, I do a lot of traveling across this entire country, and I'm very much informed and aware of the services that we have available to us in Nashville, and they are superior. And I feel like we owe it to our citizens, who are also taxpayers and property owners, to continue to move them forward literally with transportation. So I urge you, please do not make any cuts to the budget regarding public transportation, and particularly my passion is for Access Ride, the paratransit service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dan Dillon, and I reside at 313 Overridge Cove in Hermitage. I am president of the Mid-Tennessee Council of the Blind, and I'm co-chair of the Access Ride Policy and Advisory Committee. I'm very concerned about transportation in Nashville, especially for people with disabilities. I participate in a blind bowling program, a blind golf program, and also a tandem bike riding program for the blind. I agree with the mayor. I'm all for staying fit, good health, promoting exercise. Bottom line is, I couldn't get to all these wonderful programs if they didn't have such a wonderful paratransit service in Nashville. So I urge you to not cut the budget for the paratransit service. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cyril Stewart. I live at 3813 Whitland Avenue, and I'm very much in support of this bill. I'm a native Nashvilleian, but have studied cities all across the world. And what I've seen is some of those cities decline and others grow, and in that growth they have two courses. They either wind up being stagnated through lack of infrastructure and damage the entire city, or they grow and prosper because of good leadership and planning. I urge you therefore to support this tax increase, which is critical to meet the challenges and the opportunities that will be presented by the sure and certain growth that lies ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Burt Matthews. I'm here tonight as chairman of the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. Our offices are located at 211 Commerce Street. The Nashville Area Chamber thanks you for your leadership and appreciates the careful consideration that the Metro Council is giving to Mayor Dean's proposed budget. As you know, the Nashville Area Chamber is supporting the mayor's budget because its funding priorities align with the priorities established by our members and endorsed by our board. Those priorities, public education, job creation, economic development, public safety, and transit, to name a few, are key to moving Nashville forward and positioning us for economic growth. Investments in these and other areas keep us competitive with other cities as we expand or attract businesses and workers. Even with a tax adjustment, our taxes will be lower than Knoxville, Chattanooga, and Memphis. As part of this budget, we also ask you for your continued support for the annual Partnership 2020 service contract between Metro and the Chamber. For the past 20 years, this contract has focused on job creation in our county, creating more than 6,000 Davidson County jobs in just the past 2 years alone. I know that all of you have met with the Chamber or received information about this contract and its successful results over the years. This is an exceptional public-private partnership. Anytime a tax increase is proposed, the impact upon the community and its residents and businesses has to be carefully considered. It is not a decision that must be taken lightly in its proposal or one that should be addressed lightly during the public discussions. Our board feels that the case to support the budget is compelling because it keeps us on a path of increased livability and economic growth. We thank you for considering the Chamber's position in support of the mayor's budget, and we ask you to vote for its adoption. It's a budget that will allow us to move this city forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Torres. I attend Rose Park Magnet School, and I am also one of the students in the Nashville Children's Theater. And I am one of the lucky students that gets a scholarship to go there. I also do puppeteering and magic, and that is where people admire my things that I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing today? I'm Sean Smith. I live on 1808 Beach Avenue, and I'm just here representing the arts. I've been a student of Southern Word for a year now, and it's just helped me grow and be able to express myself in a generation where expression is often frowned upon. And so this bill would help increase the funding that Southern Word could work with, and it would help teach our generation to become more comfortable expressing themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Bruno. I live at 8141 Settlers Way in Bellevue. I'm also the principal at Isaac Litton Middle School in the Stratford cluster off Gallatin Road. And I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of the Mayor's After School Program, the NASA program. And the money that the Tennessee Art Commission puts toward that program is beneficial to the kids in my district, kids like David and Sean that came up before me. Coming into the Stratford cluster 4 years ago, I saw a school at Litton that didn't have a whole lot of enrichment activities for after-school programs. You had a lot of academic programs, which is great, but there wasn't that enrichment aspect of it to really bring kids in. The mayor's program came in. We have a STEP program, an African dance program, and a children's theater program. Things like that are what pull a lot of our kids in that would otherwise go home, and I shudder to think about some of the influences that they would be open to if they went home instead of staying with us until 6 o'clock each night. We had a particular young lady that was in my office more times than she was in the classroom, and then once this program came in, she actually became a step leader in the program and was actually a mentor and role model for some of our younger students. And I have 100 more stories like hers, but it's vital that we get this funding to fund programs like the after school program and to get the funding that's necessary to go into our schools, to be honest. We compete a lot of times for the children going to charter schools, magnet schools, private schools. Lytton is lucky enough to be in a remodeled school. We're moving back in today, and it's a beautiful place, and our incoming fifth grade enrollment has doubled, and I think a lot of that has to do with parents recognizing that we have up-to-date resources, up-to-date technology, and it's also a great attractant for the young teachers that would otherwise go to other counties that can provide them with resources that sometimes MMPS can't. So I'm fully in favor of a tax increase, and also in favor of the Tennessee Art Commission funding the NASA program. Those two things together, I think, have really propelled Lytton and the Stratford cluster, and I think will do wonders for the whole MMPS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Camila Ajamu. I live at 2712 Tucker Road, zip code 37218. And I'm speaking on behalf of the mayor's budget, and specifically on behalf of Act Like a Girl, which is an autobiographical writing and performance summer program for teenage girls. And it helped. I was a part of the program when it began in 2004, and I'm actually still a part of it because I'm working there now. And it helped me to become a better writer, and it helped me to choose my career path as in women's health. I'm actually in college now, and it gave me the courage to pursue my dreams, my career dreams, and also any of the other dreams that I have. So I think that it's important that we support the arts so that we can help Act Like a Girl and programs like Act Like a Girl, and everyone can experience those types of things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the council, my name is Al Cock, and I live at 1717 Linden Avenue. I've lived in Nashville since 1980. I've been a property owner here since 1983, and I even got married here on June 5th, 1982. And we've been through these battles many times before with some of you that I have seen before in other battles, and many of you who are new. At each step of Nashville's progress towards the future, we've had to do battle like this, and we are doing it again tonight. But at each time we've moved forward, it's been because some people saw the importance of moving us forward and saw the necessary costs of doing that. No one, including myself, has ever wanted an additional tax increase. Who would? But there are certain things that you're willing to pay for if you're going to move a city forward like this. This tax increase that's being requested tonight, or during this session, is not the biggest that has been requested. It's not the biggest that has been granted. It is not the most frequent that has been granted. We've had, under Bredesen, 74 cents in 93, 73 cents, which was reduced to 54 cents in 97. In 98, we had to come back for 12 cents more because of the school desegregation plan. In 1999, Mayor Bill Purcell requested and was given 88 cents. And in 2003, 84 cents, which was requested, which was moved down to 80. No council or mayor has figured out a way to fund this city forward free. It has not been done by any past mayor that I'm aware of in my history, or any past council. At each one of these hearings, like this one tonight, there were naysayers that said we couldn't do it, but there were people willing to step forward and do it. Can we afford this increase? Yes. Do we want to afford it? That's for you all to decide. I looked up before I came from the comptroller of the Treasury's office what they're paying in other similar cities just in the state of Tennessee. In Knoxville, it's $482 per $100 of assessed value. In Hamilton County, it's $507. In Shelby County, combining the city and county taxes. It's $7.20.
Thank you.
I see my time is up. I am here to support infrastructure, safety, our police officers, and
Thank
most
you.
importantly to my heart, schools. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Elisha R. Richardson, orthodontist, military veteran of 5 years and 11 months of active military duty. I reside at 5325 Forest Acres Drive in 37220. My council person is the Honorable Todd Carter. I'm here to speak in favor of the budget and in favor of the tax raise in order to, one, enhance the educational system. I guess as everyone knows, I'm for small classes. The average teacher can do an excellent job of teaching in a small classroom, 15 or less. This was proven in Project STAR, which was here in the state of Tennessee. And the data I've see was analyzed by Princeton University, the university that handles the SAT test. And what it clearly shows in the small classes, the black-white student performance gap closes. And that is, it's important. You also have a reduction in the dropout rate, a reduction in teenage pregnancy, and less truancy by the students. So we do need to fund that, and we need to enhance that by reducing class size. And next, I say that I support funding and supporting Metro General Hospital. Metro General Hospital is now under the management of the only comprehensive academic health center in Middle Tennessee. It's the only one that can offer every aspect of health care. And we need to fund it so we can try to move from curative to preventive care. We, the human beings, have the capacity to live, and I don't mean exist, but live to 90 to 100 years if we take care of ourselves, and we need to fund the health care. Next, I think we do need to, we thank the police and the fire people and all the safety people. Yeah, I get ticked off when they give me a ticket, but they are necessary. And without the safety people, we would not feel comfortable walking around and without somebody giving us a hard time. And of course, we definitely need to fund the parks, because the parks provide recreation.
Thank you.
And it's necessary. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Calhoun. I live at 5412 Michigan Avenue in District 20 with Buddy Baker. I am a teacher in Metro Nashville Public Schools. I most recently taught at Amqui Elementary in Madison. I really enjoyed working with these kids in the Madison community. The reason is they are kids who need me. They're kids who don't have a strong support system at home, and they not only get their education in our schools, but they also get much of their most basic needs in our schools. Many teachers, however, are not quick to look for jobs in our district. Our classes are filled to capacity, and there's not always enough support. Passing the budget proposal and raising teacher salary will make our district more competitive, moving us from 30th to 3rd most paid district in Tennessee. This will help Metro Nashville schools recruit quality educators rather than quality educators fleeing to neighboring counties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Devon Neal, and I'm from the Council District 35. I'm here to talk about the schools. I'm a college student and a 4-year senior, And I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. When I was in school, we didn't have the teachers to have one-on-one. So keeping the class size small, it give the student have one-on-one talk with the teacher. And with more teachers at the school, it can also provide proper academic after-school programs. And one thing about our future is our students, is our children around here. And if we have more teachers in the school, it will provide a better future for the students. And I'm here. My name is Brandon Devon Neal. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rodriguez Wright. I live at 149 Bell Valley Drive, Council District 35. I'm here because I support the mayor's proposed budget that funds public safety. This budget keeps 50 police officers in our communities so that our streets are safe and our families have peace of mind in their own homes. This also funds a new DNA crime lab to help solve crimes more efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ashley Croft. I live at 103 Sloan Road. I am a teacher. I just finished my 4th year at Isaac Litton Middle School here in Metro. I'm also a member of Stand for Children. I'm here to tell you about my first few years teaching in Metro. My story is pretty similar to a lot of young teachers. I graduated from Vanderbilt in 2008 and immediately began looking for jobs in other cities. I never thought that I would teach in Nashville. And it's kind of by luck that I ended up here and love it. However, many teachers come for a little while and then they find something higher paying with more support and they're gone. For the past 2 years, I've taught full-time, tutored after school, and I work a retail job to support myself on the teacher salary that we were paid. Each summer around this time, I start looking at job listings in other parts of the state or other parts of the country, knowing that I simply need more to support myself. My love for my students and my family and my families has been what kept me here in Nashville. You've heard my story, this is it, and there are hundreds more like it. However, many of the outstanding, passionate teachers who have stories similar to mine aren't here tonight to tell you. They're teaching in Sumner, Williamson County, maybe Memphis, Denver, Houston, Chicago. MMPS has done its part to attract and keep teachers like me. They've revamped the recruiting process and created things like the Teacher Leadership Institute to retain highly effective teachers. It's time that the city does its part to show teachers that Nashville values us. Offer teachers a fair starting pay, and we can continue to work together to move Nashville forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kendra Cook. I'm here on behalf of the Greater Nashville Association of Realtors. I'm their current president. Our building resides at 4540 Trousdale. I'd like to read a prepared statement. The association recently announced its support for the budget proposed by Mayor Dean, including the proposed tax increase needed to make it happen. Supporting a possible tax increase is something we take very seriously. Keeping real estate purchases and leases as affordable as possible is certainly important to all real estate professionals and the clients that we serve. It seems abundantly clear that the Metro-Davidson Council is at a very important decision point, especially in the area of public education. It is no secret that access to excellent public education is a major factor in the choice of where to purchase a home or to locate a business. It is also no secret that Metro schools have struggled in many ways for some time. Recently, however, Mayor Dean and Dr. Jesse Register and those who work with them have changed that course. Good things are beginning to happen, and they should be supported and empowered to continue that course. Supporting them with the needed funds is a part of providing a better education for students in Metro schools, which over time will create a better economic future for our community and improve the values of the homes in Davidson County. Just last month, the Greater Nashville Association of Realtors was recognized for being involved with Project Pencil for 30 years. Our observation about Metro schools are based on firsthand, real-world experience, as well as comments from our homebuyers and their expectations for excellent education for their children. The need in Nashville for continuing improvement in public education is clear, and the funds for the purpose are needed. Mayor Dean has been and remains clearly focused on improving public education, improving public safety, and improving the economic development for the central core of the greater Nashville area and the region. We believe he and his staff have been fiscally responsible throughout their administration and that their request for this budget and tax increase is deserving of acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Vice Mayor Neighbors, thank you. Metro Council, thank you. Thank you for the time that you're going to spend here this evening debating this long event. My name is Brian Taylor. I live at 403 2nd Avenue South. I am a downtown resident. I'm here tonight as a young professional who for the last 10 plus years has spent hundreds of hours working with, developing, and enhancing the young professional experience in the Nashville community. I chose to live and work in downtown Nashville 9 years ago because of its quality of life and the vibrant atmosphere being created here. I applaud our city's past and current leaders as they have focused their efforts on creating a regional hub for job growth, development, entertainment, travel, and overall aggressive and forward-thinking community priorities. Studies show that younger workers pick a city before they find a job. 70% of our young professionals are from outside Nashville, meaning they chose Nashville as their home. In today's competitive climate, a city's ability to attract and retain younger workers is key to its economic growth. If we don't commit to growing our city in the right way, creating an educated workforce to keep our city at the top of the business community rankings, and investing in our city's future, then jobs will leave and our economic progress stops. For tomorrow's success, we can't let that happen in Nashville today. I support Mayor Dean's proposed budget because it moves us in the right direction, forward. Young professionals understand that Nashville is a great place to live, work, play, and invest. The people here are friendly, our communities are diverse, and we have something for everyone. We are committed to healthy living. We have a music scene unlike any others, as we'll all experience over the next 5 days. And most of all, we have opportunities to succeed in whatever it is that we do or choose. The mayor's budget ensures Nashville will continue to be that forward-thinking, success-oriented city. I'm fully aware of what the tax increase means. As a downtown resident, I already pay an additional tax that the rest of the county doesn't have to pay, but I understand the benefit that I receive from that. Likewise, we as a city will benefit from the mayor's proposed increase. Again, I ask that you support the proposed budget because it helps move Nashville forward for young professionals who choose to call Nashville home today and for many years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Terry Patton. My husband and I reside at 110 Linwood Boulevard in Nashville. I am the proud MNPS parent of 2 current students at Hillsborough High School. One is a rising sophomore, one is a rising junior, and they will both be in the International Baccalaureate Academy. We have a very run-down high school, and what you can do to help us is to help with the school board requested capital funds amount of the $184,456,000. That's a big number. We've got to get education right. Dr. Jesse Register is doing a great job, in my opinion, as the head of schools for MNPS. The money part, though, is in your court. We need your help with that, and we need it now. We don't need to go backwards on our facilities. We're already in very poor shape with the facilities. How do you expect teachers and students and visitors to our city to see value that we put in public education when we have some of the most run-down buildings in town? As you review the budget, and I was reading some of the stuff in the newspaper recently talking about the possibility of a new Bellevue library, I couldn't help but think, why would we build another brand-new building when we haven't taken care of buildings all over the city in our school system? It just doesn't make sense. Maybe those are different categories, but I'd like to ask all of you to go back over the budget, not accept exactly what Mayor Dean has requested, because his number is not nearly high enough for the capital funds for our schools. As you're aware, there are many people who will not consider public schools for their children. Some of those folks are probably right here in your chamber. Hillsborough High School is the absolute first choice for education for our children. We haven't regretted that decision, but we regret that the city doesn't put a little bit more focus on education as far as the physical plant. Our teachers should not be working in the working conditions that they're working in. Our students want to be proud of their schools, but it's really hard to be proud of your schools when you're hot or cold, vice versa, depending on the seasons of the year, because the air conditioning and heating systems aren't working. We must do something with the capital monies so that we have what we need to take us to the next level for our public schools in this city. We don't want to lose tax dollars to Williamson County, and we don't want people not relocating their businesses to the Nashville area because people don't say nice things about public schools. I appreciate your work, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council members, I am Chris Moth. I live at 2020 Overhill Drive in District 25. I am proud to be represented by Sean McGuire, who is presenting a pro-growth budget on behalf of the mayor. Through the recession, you all did a marvelous job of maintaining city services with the reduced revenue. I can't imagine the challenges that you had to work through. During the recession, parents at Percy Priest Elementary School joined hands with the satellite cities of Forest Hills and Oak Hills to raise about $1 million for an overdue library and media center. That's just simply a standard feature in a modern elementary school. I believe parents have subsequently responded to that sense of community commitment, and that might help explain why the school, Percy Priest, has grown so much. Even more impressive was the Julia Green renovation last decade, which was spearheaded by the Frist family so generously. That has obviously led to some of the growth there. The message should be crystal clear to all of us. Great facilities are important to parents and the education of our kids. When parents see crumbling schools, they unfortunately assume the worst about Nashville's commitment to neighborhood education. When schools are better, our quality of life improves, more families come to Nashville, our tax base increases. That math is so simple, they don't even put it on the TCAP test. Obviously, we have been fortunate to raise funds at Percy Priest and Julia Green, but parent dollars alone cannot build and repair facilities across all of Nashville. We all need to take care of our city together. Lately, there's been a lot of chatter about why some families may move to Williamson County for public schools. Well, that's their loss. But when you look at the general condition of the neighborhood schools in Williamson versus Davidson, it is clear that we have lost the race when it comes to fundamental maintenance and timely renovation of our buildings. Joe Edgens and the MS team do a great job of objectively prioritizing projects. If it were up to me, they'd be asking you for $300 million to bring all the schools up to a B. But they're respectively asking for a figure closer to $100 million for 80,000 kids. And really, when you think about it, that's not a lot of money. It's the same number that Montgomery Bell Academy has targeted for their 800 kids in their capital campaign. So please, increase my property taxes to pay for school improvements. It's a tiny amount to pay for the future of Nashville, and best of all, I can deduct them from my federal return. We simply must get back in the game. Another year of zero is not acceptable. Thanks so much for listening.
Thank you.
My name's Jane Alvis. I live at 305 Fairfax Avenue. I'm here as the chair of the Metro Nashville Arts Commission. On behalf of the Arts Commission and our many partners, I want to thank you for your service to the community, thank you for your support for the arts, and ask that you vote in support of the mayor's budget proposal this year. Our Arts Grants Program, which was established more than 20 years ago, plays a very special and sometimes unappreciated role in the progress of our great city and the quality of life it delivers for our citizens. The arts groups you support make a difference in the lives of families, the education of our young people, to seniors, and to the character of our neighborhoods. The grant program funds more than 40 organizations that are highly diverse and range in size from very small to very large. Together, they make a strong contribution to the priorities of the city: improved education, public safety, and economic development. Additionally, the Arts Commission manages a public art program that is extending to every corner of the county. I'm going to provide 3 significant reasons why the Arts Commission budget should be fully funded. First, economic impact. Nashville's creative community continues its positive impact on the city's reputation and economy, generating more than 36,000 jobs and $90 million in revenues in direct economic impact. In 2010, Nashville ranked 4th behind only Washington, D.C., New York City, and Los Angeles in economic impact as determined by the National Creativity Vitality Index. As new companies move to Nashville and provide job opportunities, all of them cite Nashville's arts and cultural vitality as a key factor in their choice to invest here. Second, education. The grantees you support with funding all participate in some manner to support public education in our community, many of them working directly with students in after-school programs, tutoring, mentoring, and cultural enrichment that is enhancing their educational experience. Study after study demonstrates that children who are involved in the arts are better students and are more likely to graduate from high school. Third is the impact to our quality of life. Nashville is a great city that has been made better by the vibrant arts organizations that exist all over the county. These organizations provide us with entertainment, inspiration, and add to our intellectual stimulation, and I believe to the optimistic outlook we possess as one of the great cities in America. As chair of the Metro Nashville Arts Commission, and on behalf of my fellow commissioners, I want to encourage you full support of Mayor Dean's proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you all for your service to our city. My name is Linda McFadgen Ketchum. I live at 5201 Park Avenue in District 24. I was a special education teacher in Davidson County for 25 years. I taught children with autism with Metro Schools for 20 years and taught 5 with the state of Tennessee, emotionally disturbed children who'd been abused. When I began my teaching career in 1970, teaching was one of the few professions open to me, and therefore the best and the brightest, many of us, became teachers in spite of the low pay. Today, thankfully, women have unlimited career choices. The downside for education is that many talented people do not choose teaching because of the low pay. If we want smart, talented, motivated people to teach our children, we must pay them well. Education really is the most important thing our city does. If we are to attract talented teachers, we must pay them well. I support increasing the starting pay for teachers and hope that you will support it also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Gilmer. I live at 521 Central Avenue here in Nashville. I'm here tonight asking you to vote in favor of the proposed budget. As a corrections officer in the Metro jails, I know that focusing on public safety is vital. As part of my job, I have to deal with dangerous criminals on a daily basis in order to keep order and safety in the jails. If the budget is cut, there are less people to do our job, more overcrowding, and less oversight in the jails. We live in a metropolitan area, but our crime rates are historically low because of the emphasis that we have made on investing in public safety. As we continue to do pass quality budgets like this one, Nashville will continue to be a place that people will want to live in because they know it's safe. Thank you for voting yes on this budget.
Thank you.
Good evening. Before I start, I would just like to give a public thanks to God for allowing us to have another day. My name is Ivan Serta. I'm a college student. I live in Antioch, Tennessee, 4817 Pebble Drive. And I'm here in support of this budget because it will keep more officers in our streets. As many of you may know, Nashville is not a small city, but we're not a big city. We're not like Chicago or New York. We're a growing city. And with every growing city, we're going to have crimes. It's just inevitable. It's going to happen. And taking these police officers off the streets, it's not going to decrease crime. So that's why I urge you to vote for this bill. And another reason is because I attended Metro Public Schools my whole high school, middle school, and elementary career. And if you don't know, the United States right now is number 16th when it comes to students with a college degree. And I don't know about you, but number 16 doesn't sit well with me. And the United States of America will be second to none. And we all know that real change starts at the local level. And voting for this budget would move Nashville, and in my eyes, the country in the right direction, because there are a lot of people looking at Nashville when it comes to education, because we are the mecca of statistics when it comes to schools and such. So I urge all of you, please, to vote for this budget. Do what's right for Nashville, and thank you for your services.
Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Frine, and I live in Hillsborough Village. I'm a parent of 3 Aiken Elementary students and just finishing up the year as Aiken PTO president. My family is also the owner of 2 small businesses in East Nashville. I can think of no better way to spend my tax money than to fully fund our public schools. MNPS is the future of Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Hussein Hassan, and I live in Davidson County. I'm also in Council District 16. I'm here because I support the mayor proposing budget for public funding, improving schools, and support neighborhood. But the one important funding that I think is really important is by having more teachers in schools. Cause like having more teachers they'll educate young students and kids, which would eventually lead to having great role models and leaders for this generation. And also having more teachers in school, like it'll decrease gang violence. They go to run street and like have more safety, public safety, as in parks, be more safer in streets for kids to walk and play. And that's it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kenya Stevens. I live in East Nashville. I work at University School, and I'm also a student at Belmont University. And I ride public transportation exclusively and depend on it to get around Nashville, whether I'm going back and forth to work, to school, recreation, or shopping. So I hope that you would continue to support public transportation in Nashville. I made this choice to use public transportation by giving up my car a couple of years ago, mainly as a cost-saving measure. And that money that I've saved has been able to support not only myself, but my son and our education. And it's also provided health benefits. We're able to get out and about and walking back and forth to bus stops. It helps us be a little more healthy. And also, we feel like we're doing a little bit more for the environment by having fewer cars on the road. So I do hope that you'll continue to support public transportation in Nashville.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Vavra. I live at 110 South 16th Street, and I'm in Peter Westerholm's, he's my council member. I am part of a grassroots nonprofit organization called Transit Now Nashville. We support this budget because it helps MTA provide better service. According to a study in 2010, Nashville is rated as one of the worst commutes in the country, and so clearly transportation improvements are needed. And businesses understand the benefits of transit. For example, there are 40 businesses that participate in MTA's Easy Ride program, a program that allows employers to provide direct subsidies and incentives to encourage their employees to use transit. These businesses include, just to name a few, Baptist Hospital, Lipscomb University, St. Thomas Hospital, United Methodist Publishing House, and Vanderbilt University. Every day, transit connects people to their jobs and delivers value to these and many other employers. Our mayor understands that traffic congestion hurts our city, that the budget improves MTA's abilities to deliver higher quality of services. I thank you for your time and appreciate your vote for yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Henry. I'm a resident of Hermitage, Tennessee. I've been a middle school teacher for the past 26 years and currently serve as president of the Metropolitan Nashville Education Association. Since 1895, MNEA has been working for and supporting Nashville students and teachers, and we support Mayor Carl Dean's proposed budget for many reasons, but chiefly because it addresses pay disparity between less experienced teachers in metropolitan Nashville schools and other school districts in the area. After 4 years of budget cuts for most metro departments, Nashville is at the point where additional revenues will be required to meet the city's growing and neglected needs. Public safety and education are the pillars of this proposed budget. Both issues are of concern of all citizens, teachers, and other school workers greatly. The proposed increases in education funding include a combination of mandatory and proposed new expenditures. 100 new teachers to accommodate a 1,600 student increase in enrollment and maintenance of required state student-teacher ratios, the opening of the new Cane Ridge Elementary School, a 2% salary increase for support staff employees, rising insurance and pension costs, a plan to increase the starting salary of teachers to $40,000 and an increase of salary for all teachers, a new bridge school for 8th to 10th graders to assist in the transition from middle to high school, and the Music Makes Us program, an overhaul of the district's music education program. While most of the buzz is centered around the proposed $40,000 starting salary, the new compensation plan actually seeks to compress the total teacher salary schedule by reducing the number of steps, which is a significant modification and a good thing for Nashville's teachers. Paying teachers well is a good way to attract and retain the best professionals to serve the children of Nashville. It's an investment in our students and Nashville's futures, and Nashville's teachers urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Gowan. My wife, Amy, and our kids, Catherine and Will, live in Council District 25 at 855 Glendale Lane. I'm here to speak in favor of Mayor Dean's budget proposal. I specifically want to speak in favor of the proposed investment in metro schools. 2 weeks ago, my daughter Catherine finished second grade at Glendale Elementary, one of the best elementary schools in the country. My son Will start kindergarten at Glendale in the fall 2013. I don't think it's an overstatement to say that the quality of my kids' public education experience for the next 14 years depends a lot on your vote for Mayor Dean's budget proposal. And even though now my kids currently attend one of the best elementary schools in the country, and even though metro schools have been recognized nationally in recent years for improving student achievement, continuing to offer high-quality education and improving student achievement is not sustainable without additional resources and investment. There's been a lot of talk recently about the need for a high-quality, effective teacher in every classroom. According to the Gates Foundation and others, a high-quality, effective teacher is the most important thing in a school. But despite this recognition that high-quality, effective teachers are the most important part of a classroom, there's been hardly any talk about paying those high-quality, effective teachers what they're worth. The Metro School Board and the Mayor's proposal to raise starting teacher pay to $40,000 is a great step toward recognizing the high value of high-quality, effective teachers, and it'll make Nashville very competitive when it comes to recruiting and retaining good teachers. If we expect our school system to continue to improve and to do an even better job of educating our kids, we really don't have any other choice except to be competitive in recruiting and retaining good teachers. And after changes in state education policy in the last few years, including the adoption of some of the highest academic standards in the country, I would argue that Tennessee now demands more of its public school teachers than any other state. Since we're demanding more of our teachers, we need to recognize the fact that we will have to pay more in order to keep good teachers in Nashville and to recruit new, high-quality, effective teachers. A few years ago, some of you will remember a campaign to build a new downtown library. There's still a few bumper stickers around town with the slogan for the push for that investment, which was "A great city has a great library." I would argue that it is even more important for a great city to have a great public school system. Your vote for this investment in Nashville's public schools is a vote for that great city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is AJ Price, and I live at 411 Annex Avenue in West Asheville. I work for the Nashville Public Library. I've worked there since 2010, and I am supporting this budget because as a public librarian, I have a role to play in the education of Nashville's children and in the information accessibility of its adults. Nashville Public Library, from when I first came in 2010, its growth and development has just been phenomenal. I am blown away every time I go to work. I would like to keep that going. We serve by helping people get books for their kids. We offer access to fabulous programs that help people find jobs. We've just started a new Jobs Lab program. So I am very much in favor of anything that will enable us to keep up this good work. We are a very, very important part of the infrastructure, and I think anytime you invest in your infrastructure, you also invest in yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Joe Prochaska. I live at 307 Fairfax, and I have a small business here in Nashville. We have about 16 employees. I look at this budget the same way I look at my business. In the past few years, it's been a challenging business environment, but what we have done in my business is to invest in our employees, to invest in our equipment, to invest in the business. And by doing that, we have been able to compete and to win against our competitors across the state and across the country. We are growing our business because we are willing to take the steps to invest in our employees, to invest in the business. And that's what I see this budget doing. You're investing in your employees. I found that with my employees, I get what I pay for. And when I offer a little bit more money, I get a little bit higher quality employee. And I think that's going to be the same for Metro schools. So I'd ask you to look at this the same way a business does and understand that you have to invest a little bit in order to grow your business, in order to compete and to win in this really challenging environment. The second point, and my last point, is that a little over 20 years ago, I met my wife on the number 3 MTA bus. We've celebrated 20 years of marriage, and they've been wonderful. We have a son who goes to public schools. Please give every Nashvilleian the same chance at romance that I did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jason Rogers. I serve as Vice President and University Counsel at Belmont University. I'm also a resident of Davidson County and a proud parent of 2 graduates of Metro Public High Schools and a parent of a current Metro Public School student. I'm here on behalf of Belmont University to express our support for the mayor's budget, specifically with regard to the public transit provisions. As you may know, for the last 5 years, Belmont University has partnered with MTA to provide free passage on all MTA and RTA vehicles for our students, faculty, and staff. They merely need to board the bus and swipe their ID card. This has been a tremendous partnership for Belmont. It has resulted in lower demand for parking on campus. It's resulted in less traffic and congestion around campus, which we appreciate and which our neighbors appreciate as well. The number of boardings in this program have risen from about 37,000 in 2008 to 56,000 just last year. We're very proud of that and hope to see that continue. A critical part of the popularity of this program has been the ability of Metro Transit Authority to offer new routes. And the subsidy that is included in the mayor's proposed budget will include funding to explore new routes, such as a new University Connector crosstown route, which will take advantage of the new 28th Avenue Connector overpass, which is currently under construction, to connect such campuses as Tennessee State University, Vanderbilt, and Belmont in a much-needed crosstown route. We encourage this investment in the future of public transit and in the investment in developing healthy use of mass transit by our young people, particularly our university students, and we ask that you support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andrew Nash. I'm here to speak in favor of the mayor's budget proposal. I have been a Nashville resident all my life. I was born at Southern Hills Hospital. My parents live out in South Nashville. I went to St. Edward's Grade School on Thompson Lane, worked at Crown Ford later on. Went to the Marine Corps for a little while, North Carolina resident, came back to Nashville, bought a house right around the corner from the folks in South, and currently work at the South Police Precinct as a day shift flex officer. My father, some of you may know, was retired Commander Robert Nash. He was very proud of East Nashville, but while you're all here, I'll just go ahead and tell you that South Nashville is the backbone, and it always will be. Since I've been on the police department, I'm part of the generation that has come on right after the step raises were taken away, and I get that. I know money is tight. I don't begrudge you all one bit. But in that time, I've spent thousands of dollars of my own money and my own time to receive the training that I thought that I needed to provide a good police product to you and to the other citizens of our great city. And I'm not unique. There's hundreds of officers on our department that have done that. I've been around several officers through the Fraternal Order Police, the training that I've received, and Nashville recently hosted the International Association of Law Enforcement Firearms Instructors. Instructors from all over the country and internationally came to Nashville to train and to offer classes. And I can tell you that the police products that you're getting here in Nashville are superior. There is not one instructor that came in that conference, people that I've met through the Fraternal Order of Police, that hold a candle to the staff that you have here in this police department. So I encourage you to not be afraid to invest in your police department and in this city. It is an investment that's going to pay dividends. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Stephen Andre. I'm the general manager for the Hutton Hotel located at 1808 West End Avenue. I'm here representing the Greater Nashville Hospitality Association, which is officially supporting Mayor Dean's proposed budget and tax increases. As the second largest industry in Nashville, the hospitality industry has appreciated the support of Mayor Dean and Metro Council as we work together to ensure Nashville's standing as a premier visitor destination in the United States. The investment in the industry, especially through the Music City Center, are propelling us to new heights in awareness and visitor attendance. Our industry in Nashville are moving in the right direction. That is why the Greater Nashville Hospitality Association is supporting the budget. We must move forward in all we do, not just in the hospitality industry, but in job creation, public education, transit, and other key areas. A city is the sum of its parts. The hospitality industry must have an educated workforce. Transit is important to workers and visitors, and our community assets such as parks, museums, arenas, and stadiums attract visitors. I would like to end by setting the record straight about the Music City Center as it relates to the proposed budget and tax increases. I've heard more than one person say to the effect that the real reason we need a property tax increase is to pay for the convention center. As a representative of the hospitality industry, let me say simply, this is false. The revenue to build and operate the new convention center is coming from hospitality taxes, primarily taxes on hotel and motel rooms and downtown entertainment venues that are paid for visitors to the city. These taxes were established when the Music City Center was first conceived, because its supporters insisted that it not be a burden to the Nashville property taxpayers. And the good news is that at this point, tax collections are paying for the convention center and are coming in significantly ahead of projections. And we should also remember that by agreeing to an increase in the hotel-motel tax to support the Music City Center, the hospitality industry voluntarily increased its own cost of doing business in order to underwrite an investment in its future. It wasn't the property owners of Nashville who were asked to pay for the convention center. It was the hotels, motels, restaurants, and entertainment venues, and they did so willingly. The hospitality industry respectfully asks that you vote for the mayor's proposed budget. We feel it is the right thing to do at the right time to keep Nashville the best it can be for its residents and its visitors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Johnny Crumby Sr. I live at 264 Willow and Drive here in Nashville. I'm a lifelong resident of Davidson County. I'm a retired employee of the police department. In 1994, I went to work, and my life was changed drastically that day, where I was no longer able to be a police officer. My son has came on behind me and has followed and tried to do the same job. And when he asked about getting on the police department, I told him it's a good job, you can make a living, but you're not going to get rich. The employees of Davidson County, they're not trying to get rich off of the property tax increases. When Mayor Purcell first came into office and when he was campaigning, I was a local lodge president at that time. And he asked me what was the main thing that the police department needed at that time. I explained to him we had police cars that you had to put 5 quarts of oil in a night to get through the shift, that we needed equipment to do the job, and that the money would come later to pay the employees. And over his tenure, we did have property tax increases, and the employees did get compensated. 5 years ago, the budget, the whole country went bad. I'm now the state president of the Fraternal Order of Police. I travel all over the country representing police officers, and I'm proud when I go out and I tell everybody that we live here in Nashville, that you can come here, it's a safe place, because our employees of the government is doing their job. It's a clean place. I just held to my state conference here last weekend with about 300 police officers from the state of Tennessee representing 10,000 police officers. And I never heard one bad thing about this city. And they was all pleased with the way downtown looked. We had them down here, we had them in Donaldson, we had them all over the city. They were very pleased to be here and thanked us for hosting this. In 2017, we're trying to get the National Police Conference here in Tennessee. That's going to bring 10,000 police officers and their families here to the city. When I travel the state, when I call Memphis and tell them I'm coming to their meeting, one of the state officers says, don't bring your gun down here, bring 2 or 3 because you're going to need it. I don't want people when they come to Nashville to say, hey, yeah, come on down, we hope you show up, but bring 2 or 3 guns because you're going to need it. If you pay your employees, you pay what they deserve to get paid, and 4% is not enough. If we could get a whole lot more, that's what they need. I just went to Police Memorial Week in Washington, D.C., where we buried we honored 6 officers from the state of Tennessee. And I heard people say, I wouldn't do your job for $1 million. We're asking for a 4% pay increase. That's what the employees of Davidson County needs. And I ask you to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor. My name is Eric Cole. I live at 533 Skyview Drive in the 6th District. And man, this is weird. I really appreciate the opportunity to be with you tonight. I must admit, I didn't think I'd be back here in this capacity so soon after leaving this body and a number of you colleagues last year. But I'm very proud to be here tonight and proud to tell you why I support moving Nashville forward. You're in the middle of a tough but very vitally important process. The power to approve Nashville's annual balanced budget is the most important job assigned to the council by the Metro Charter. It's a process I took seriously all 8 years that I sat in your seat, and a process that I know each and every one of you are taking very seriously tonight and through this process. As you go through the mayor's budget, talk to department heads in budget hearings, and listen to the words of your constituents, I'd ask you to keep one thing in mind. A good city, a strong city, a vibrant city, a well-managed city like Nashville doesn't happen by accident. It takes work. It takes work from our entrepreneurs, our business owners, our city employees, our teachers, and our elected officials like you. Sometimes that work is hard, very hard, like approving a budget, particularly a budget that includes a property tax adjustment like this one. You each work hard for your constituents. I remember the long hours, the late night calls, community meetings night in and night out, and you work hard to deliver Metro services to those constituents efficiently and effectively. In 2005, 7 years ago, when we were debating the last property tax increase adjustment, which I might add was larger than the one you're now looking at. I remember talking to my neighbors and constituents about that proposal. Our discussion centered around city services that meant something to them: brush pickup, the fiscal condition of their neighborhood schools, high-quality teachers, and police response in their neighborhoods. In the end, in that debate, when I talked to them about those services and the importance of those services to them, quality of life and the importance of Nashville providing those services won out over their concerns about their own increased taxes. To put this revenue plan in perspective, here are just a couple numbers for you. In 1972, yeah, the year I was born, I'm young, the property tax rate in metro government was $6, the combined rate. We're talking about $4.66 tonight. With the proposed budget that you have in front of you, we will still have the lowest combined tax rate of the 4 major metropolitan cities in Tennessee. The truth is, Metro has been well managed, and we have made it through tough budget cuts. Since 2007, over 700 Metro positions have been eliminated and over $59 million in cuts to departments have been made. The impact of those cuts is played out in the services your constituents need: brush pickup, codes enforcement, and public transportation. It's time to do the hard work and approve an investment in our city that keeps Nashville moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, those who wish to speak in opposition, please line up at the lectern. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Bruce McNeilage, 1120 Lytton, 2714 Jefferson Street, 602 40th Avenue North. These are just 3 apartment complexes that I own in Nashville. My partners and I also own 10 houses. Councilman Jernigan, we own the house I think next door to you or 2 doors down from you. We have nice homes and we have apartments that average $400 to $600 a month that we rent out. My specialty is I buy boarded up crack houses. I bought a boarded up crack house from Tex Thomas, the mayor's friend, and we turned it into a beautiful, vibrant place on Jefferson Street. I bought a boarded up crack house in the Preston Taylor projects. We call it Charlotte Manor. It's full now, and we totally rehabbed it and made it a beautiful place to live. I bought the old Lytton Apartments. The old Lytton Apartments was a place you wouldn't go to on a Sunday afternoon if it was sunny and it was noon. They used to burn mattresses in the dumpsters. When there was a shooting in East Nashville, that was the place you went just to find the guy that did it. Now we are 100% full. We've kicked all the bad people out, and I can tell you it's one of the nicest places for the money to live in East Nashville. It was for sale for 6 months before I came along and bought it. I bought it because I saw an opportunity, because this is a great city. But I can't afford this city with a tax increase of 13%. It's not that I can't afford it. It's that people that are making $8 and $10 and $12 an hour that live in my apartments can't afford it. These people are renting apartments at $400 or $500 a month. When I bought Belmont Village from Blagojevich right before he got indicted with his brother, the governor, I was renting places across from Belmont for $415 a month just a few years ago. Where can you rent a place by Belmont or Vanderbilt for $415 a month? If I don't buy these places and house these people, who's going to? Now, the mayor is concerned with physical fitness and our waistlines. I think that's wonderful. I'm more concerned with fiscal fitness. I'm not concerned with the size of your waistline. I'm concerned with the waste in government. You know, they say let's throw more money at education. Show me a study that says if you pay a new teacher 14% more, Billy or Bobby will get better test scores this year. Seriously, show me the study. And you want to be number 1, but the budget you want to pass makes the teachers only the 3rd highest paid in Tennessee. Does anybody remember who finished 3rd in the Kentucky Derby last year? How about 3rd in the Daytona 500? If you're not number 1, the view doesn't change. So you want to pass a budget that makes us 3rd best?
Thank you.
That was 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we cannot allow those outbursts. If we continue to have them, we'll have to clear the chamber.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Ken Jakes. I live at 5920 Clarksville Pike in Jordan, Tennessee. And I'm going to ask each and every one of you to take under consideration the important task before you. And I know you've heard from both sides, and you will continue tonight. Our city has got into predicament not on the way we collect the money, it's the way we spend the money. We have a spending problem in this city. I'm not going to go into details with restraints, but I could give you a long list. You know, I'm going to just take one office. I'm going to give you one office that we need to strike the entire office off the budget, put the tax monies back into the plan for the needs of the city. It's called the Office of Metro Internal Audit. Now, I agree that we should have somebody overseeing the finances of this city. And waste and fraud, I agree with that. But we already have at our access a wonderful office called the State of Tennessee Comptroller's Office under Justin P. Wilson, who I can assure everyone here, should waste come up, fraud, or any kind of improper financing and funding, they'll find out where the issues are at. We don't need a Metro Internal Audit Division. The entire office should be strucken and put the money back for the needs of the city. You know, if we take, I'm going to go back to this Metro Internal Audit. Have you ever heard the expression, the fox in the hen house? Well, let me tell you something. If the state of Tennessee is handling the investigations for improper handling of monies or waste or fraud, you can bet they're going to get to the bottom of it. But if Metro is investigating themselves, I mean, come on, it's leaving it wide open for Metro Internal cover-up. And that's what they should be called, cover-up. You know, I come down to the council meeting tonight and I pass the river and I see this wonderful piece of art. It looks like a roller coaster ride that's fell down to me. And I think our mayor is asking me to increase my property taxes so we can fund the arts department to supply this type of art. And then I come to the council, outside the council, and I see two statues, one pointing this way and one's pointing that way. Is that art? Maybe I'm looking at things wrong, but I tell you one thing, instead of saying that art, I'd rather have the money in my pocket so I can give my employees and things that I need raises. And we need to take care of the people of the city. The people of the city are the needs. They have needs, and that's what we need to address. We need to get serious. We need to make sure that the money that is taken in for this city is put into the proper places. We don't go ahead and pick out a bushel of money like turnip greens. It comes hard, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Council, my name is LaVoy Sappington. I live at 4216 Saddlebrook Place in Hermitage, Tennessee. I am here to ask you to not vote for this tax increase. Overtaxes of this county is going to run other people off. In my little neighborhood of Saddlebrook, when I moved in, everybody in that place owned the house they lived in. We now have 2 rental houses. We have 1 house that is vacant. That means if I go to sell my house, who am I going to sell it to? The mayor won't buy it. And because the taxes going up, they have less and less of a reason to buy in this county. Because Wilson County and Williamson County and the rest of them are so much cheaper than we are. I thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Philip Byer, and I reside at 1855 Airlane Drive. I have a small business, and I've been here, started my business about 20-something years ago. And I'm really outraged, really, because nobody's talked about the economy we're in right now. We're in the worst economy of my lifetime. I'm 63, worst economy I've ever seen, and yet we're trying to raise taxes. Let me tell you about our printing company, who was forced to make very, very deep cuts, and still are making deep cuts. We laid off half our employees. 10% in a pay cut. We cut hours. A lot of my employees have been making the same pay for not 4 years, how about 10 years? We cut vacations in half. They pay for their own health care. I pay for my own health care. Council people, I haven't paid last year's property taxes. I'm still paying them. I'm paying them a little bit at a time. We can't even retool at our company. And you're talking about investments when the banks won't even lend you money? And I've been paying $16,000 a year in property taxes here. $16,000 a year. Yeah, I'm a little angry and I'm a little outraged that this is even an option that you would raise taxes on the producing people of this community. We pay the bills, not all of the public employees that lined up here. We pay the bills. Corporate welfare? You're kidding me? $31 million a year to the predators? And you got cracks in the walls of the high schools, and you're paying $31 million to subsidize them? Dell and Assurion? Gaylord, you're giving them all these major tax breaks? 60% cuts? No, it's not fair. It's not fair to the businesses who pay. You're picking winners and losers, and it's not right. We're supporting, I almost hate to bring this up, but we're supporting, from one of the council people that I talked to, he said 30% of the education budget is supporting illegal immigrants. I don't want to support illegal activity. I say no to taxes. In fact, let me tell you what I do say. I say I want you to cut my taxes. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ashley Mays. I currently live in an apartment. And I'm looking for a house to live in to rent because I'm tired of living in an apartment where I've been infested with bed bugs from someone else in the apartments. I can barely afford to save any money.
Could you please give your address?
869 Airways Circle. I apologize.
Thank you.
The point is, looking at houses, I can barely afford the houses even with someone else paying the rent. And I'm above average on my income. We're looking at a volatile economy here. We're looking at a buyer's market where people cannot afford to buy the houses. And you're saying you want to raise the property taxes, and I understand. There's a lot of things we have to support with property taxes. But the problem is there are a lot of people who just can't afford it. And if you raise this, you're looking at raising rent too. And you're looking at hurting people's chances to actually own a house. We've all seen the commercial. People can't afford to own houses anymore. So what I'm asking you is, I understand we do. We have a lot of things we need to fix here. I love Nashville, and I'd like to see it improve. But I'm just telling you, this isn't the right time to do this. People just can't afford this right now. Businesses are closing because they can't afford rent and they don't have people coming in the door. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jean Deegan. I'm at 468 Huntington Ridge in Nashville, Tennessee, 37211. You're going to have to forgive me if I have to read what I write. I'm a little nervous. My point for coming here to oppose the tax increase is not to vote against all the worthy services and programs and the Metro employees getting raises. These are very worthy things, and yes, they do need some help. My point speaks to helping the mayor stand by his word. I will be a leader. I will not raise taxes. When he stood on that platform, I thought, wow, I believe this man. I believe in my council. I believe in our government. I believed in his ability to move Nashville forward without raising taxes. I am imploring, I am begging the council to vote no until you have really fully exposed what's in this budget. There are things that need to be taken care of. Yes, the schools have to get fixed. Yes, we have to have police officers. But you've heard others just sitting here telling us there are things in this budget that money can be routed where it belongs without raising the taxes. Help the mayor keep his word, and your constituents, like me and everyone in this room, even the ones that supported the taxes, believe in our elected officials again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sam Neal, and I live at 200 Nashboro Greens Court, District 29. And I'm here to oppose. I'm here to oppose the ordinance establishing the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year of 2012-2013. Reason I am opposing is for three general reasons. One, increases on business, tax increases on business. Two, tax increases on homeowners. And three, tax increases on the general community. It's not rocket science that if we increase taxes on business, that is discouraging the current businesses from staying in the county. It also discourages any other businesses from establishing business in the county. The less business you have, the less jobs you have in the county. Two, we're talking about raising taxes on homeowners. There are a lot of people in this economy that are struggling. There are a lot of homes that are foreclosed on, haven't recovered from 2008. To increase taxes at this point in time makes no sense. There are other ways to get the schools funded. There are other ways to get more police officers. There's other ways to get transit authority and these bus passes, but this is not how you do it, not right now. Three, you're increasing taxes on the general community. We've heard people talk about increased rent. And if those businesses that I just mentioned pull away, they have to find new locations, maybe spend a few extra dollars to find a job outside of the county. Gas prices are high. Where are people going to find all this money just because we're talking about a tax increase? So I ask everybody here to think long and hard. Look at the budget. Find the cuts. Do not increase. This is a very bad economy. I think everybody feels it. I feel it. And this is not the right thing this is not the right time for tax increases at all. So please look hard in the budget, find the cuts that need to be made, but oppose this. Oppose any increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bob Reese. I reside at 600 9th Avenue South. I'm also a candidate for Congress. I own a business and I own a building in Nashville. And a 13% increase is just unacceptable, folks. It's timing. I don't disagree that the people who are asking for these raises and with any of the expenditures, I just don't disagree with that. I'm talking about timing. Your goal should be to increase the tax base, not the tax rate. And the tax base, I think, is going to be hurt by keeping more businesses coming in and sending some out. 4% raise for the fire and the police. My God, folks, you ought to be embarrassed about that. These people put their life on the line for you and us every day that they put the uniform on. So I think you should come up with an alternative budget and pay these folks a whole lot more money. But the rest of them, they can wait. Those of us who own businesses, we've maxed out on how high we can raise the price on our product. If you take that money, you may be giving some of them a raise, but you're taking the money out of our pocket to do it. You're decreasing it. So I want you to think of something. I want you to open your mind a little bit. Don't think about past alliances with the mayor or against the mayor or whatever's been done in the past or whatever. We're going to have an opening of that convention center. We're probably going to become one of the biggest convention center cities in the nation. Think about it. When those conventioneers come in, we're not ready to service them. There's going to be a boom in Nashville, I think, like we can't even imagine. They're going to need more restaurants. They're going to need more entertainment. They're going to need a lot of things. It's going to bring in sales tax. Those businesses that come in, they're going to pay their business income taxes. The tax base is going to grow. I encourage you to come with an alternative budget. Pay those that need to be paid. Put the rest on hold, just like the rest of us that own a business. Give us a little breathing room and see what will happen when we increase the tax base. And if you don't do that, then at least think about outside the box here just a little bit. Consider an amendment to this, that if we do have that increase in tax base, that's not just money that's going to be spent, wasted, or find a way to spend it. Tie it in with the tax, with the property tax increase, so that as the tax base increases, you automatically lower the tax rates. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, friends. My name's Len Paulson. I live in District 4. I'm at 11 McCarver Court in Brentwood. For me, there will be no raises. I am retired, as are a number of other people who are going to be possibly receiving this increase. There have been many noble statements made this evening on why the money should be spent. However, remember, when your outgo exceeds your income, your upkeep becomes your downfall. Learned that a long time ago and watched a number of businesses fail because they did not heed that. Until proper decisions are exercised regarding areas of the budget, a tax increase should be out of the question. I've gone through what material I could get to look at areas that are proposed to be spent on. Nashville has no business funding private enterprises. Example, and this is just a few because I'm limited on time. Chamber of Commerce, $300,000. Chamber of Commerce should not be getting money like that. There are businesses and members of Chamber of Commerce should be funding themselves. Sounds baseball team, that's a private enterprise. Nice to have them here. If they can't support themselves, pack and go. I love baseball. I don't like it enough that we should be spending money on that. That's crazy. Public TV, it's very nice. They have campaigns going all the time to get money. That's not our problem. Also, if Municipal Auditorium requires over almost $600,000 to continue to operate, it's time to privatize it or close it. The farmers market is nice. I like it. $406,000 of support says it's poorly managed. That means privatize it or close it. These are decisions you have to make. You don't just continue to pour money on it like out of a helicopter. It doesn't work. The biggest expense, however, I think that's going to happen here is in the defined benefit retirement program. These are very much on the decline throughout the United States. They're going away. And the reason is because they become unsustainable. I retired under a defined contribution program. I'm very happy with it. The beauty for anyone who works under a defined benefit program, if you decide to leave and go somewhere else, you can take it with you. These are just a few of the things. I don't have much time left, but this requires hard decisions there's nothing wrong with deciding that something has failed and either selling it or privatizing it or closing it. I hope that you will consider that, and I am very much against the tax increase until everything has been looked at in the light of that thought. Outgo exceeds your income, upkeep becomes your downfall.
Thank you.
Daniel Lewis, 611 Brooksboro Terrace, 37217, and I'm also chairman of the Libertarian Party here in Nashville. And I oppose the tax increase. And first of all, I would like to point out to everyone that taxation is theft. So if you're voting for this, you're voting for more theft. And like the gentleman before me said, most of the functions of Metro government could actually be privatized. We actually put together a position paper last year during the Metro Council races where we looked at research on different functions of the different boards and commissions that Metro Council has, and all of those could be privatized. I know there was a lot of talk about transportation. China, a communist country, is privatizing its transportation. So if a communist country says, hey, there's something wrong with government running transportation, maybe we need to wake up and say, hey, there's something wrong with that. So I would like to encourage council, again, to do the same thing. Like the last gentleman said, look at everything that Metro Council does. I'd like you to apply what we call, as libertarians call, the yellow page rule. If it's in the yellow pages, government shouldn't be doing it. So in other words, we shouldn't be having private businesses. And most important thing that you can do is reduce the size, scope, and power of government, increase individual freedom. Freedom's the answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dan Gisleo. I live at 603 Skyview Drive, East Nashville, District 6, and I'd like to discuss several of the points that people make when they're arguing in favor of this increase. Argument number one is that Metro employees haven't received a raise in 5 years. Well, several years ago, I lost my job. I'm working again, but I'm earning substantially less than I did 5 years ago. I had to cut my budget. And unfortunately, in this economy, I'm not the only one in that situation. I don't need this tax increase. Second point I'd like to make is they say that we need to increase teacher salaries in order to attract more teachers into the Metro system. Well, Metro doesn't have a problem attracting good teachers. We have a problem keeping them. We have a turnover problem. And the number one thing I hear from teachers who have left the system doesn't have to do with the salary. They knew what the salary was when they got into it. The problem I hear is with the students and, by extension, the parents. We have too many students in this system who are at best distractions and at worst disruptive and a threat to the safety of the other students. We're not going to solve that problem by increasing teacher salaries. Other argument I hear is that if we don't increase the tax rate, we're going to have to lay off police officers. Well, we wouldn't need nearly as many police officers if we didn't ask them to keep arresting the same criminals over and over again. We have a problem with recidivism. I always have trouble with that word. It's repeat offenders. It's the criminal justice system. Our police do a very good job. When you pick up the newspaper and you read someone was arrested for aggravated burglary and, well, he was arrested for the same thing in 2011 and 2009, that's not a problem with the police officers. Metro does have problems. The question is, will we deal with these problems the way Pac-Man Jones deals with strippers, by throwing money at them? Or will we find solutions that work? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dan Davis. I live at 505 Piccadilly Row, Apartment 200 in Antioch, Tennessee, 37013. First of all, I am a Metro public school teacher. I teach at Pearl Cone Entertainment Magnet High School. And I am against this property tax increase. Let's have a conversation on education real fast. In education, the issue is this. You created so many laws and so much paperwork for teachers like me to do. When do I teach your child? Not only do you have problems with disruptions, we don't teach the fundamentals. Every business, from football to the business world, deals in fundamentals. If you don't do the fundamentals right, your business fails. End of discussion. I've talked with business leaders in this town who have more money than everybody in this room, and I mean everybody in this room, and they tell you right now, they're tightening their budgets. They're eating at their desk. They got the rest of their workers eating at their desk, and they're working hard to cut their budget lines so they can make more money, so they can survive in this terrible economy. Why aren't we as citizens here and you, the council, doing the same? Force the mayor to come up with an alternative budget, because all of you know he has one. If you don't have one, you don't think it is, let's sit down and have a conversation about it. You talk about a budget, but we don't talk about the city's financials. You've not, I would ask this question, I probably won't get an answer, a fair one. How many of you looked at the comprehensive annual financial report of the city of Davidson County? I have. I have the records for the last 10 plus years. They're all online. It's called a CAFR, C-A-F-R. I've looked at the financials. The city's assets exceed its liabilities by over $1.8 billion. And you're going to sit here and tell me that we can't, A, fund everything we need to fund and not have to increase the property tax on the citizens of Davidson County? Really? Do you really want to have that conversation, not have the numbers in black and white? Anybody on here has an iPhone, iPad, Android can look it up. What is the problem? It's not we don't have the money, it's a spending problem. It's a management problem. It's the same thing in public school system. It's the same thing over here in the city council. It's the same thing over here in businesses across the United States that are failing. It's the same thing we see in Congress. It's the same thing you see at the national level. It is a failure in management of the money that we have and of being fiscally responsible. I'm not talking about throwing people out on the street. I'm not talking about reducing services, but there's a way that we can do all these things in this great city of Nashville and still be fiscally responsible citizens. Think about it. If you don't, 5,000 people left Davidson County this year, last year. 5,000 people leave every year and people don't come in, you will not have money in the tax base to get the money from to pay for the things that you are building. That means you are losing population and your costs will continue to go up. In 10 years, this will look like Detroit. You will be turning out the licensed parts of town, your roads will turn to gravel, and you'll be wondering why the cops are only working 9 to 5. What you have to do is come up with an alternative budget. I say let's sit down and have an alternative budget. First of all, I really think you can do this without a property tax increase, period, and we can budget that out. I've talked to a number of you in this room. The number of you I probably need to have a conversation with. Let's sit down and have coffee and discuss it, because there's a number of things from the Beacon report to looking at the actual fiscal numbers, and we can solve this city's financial problem and the waste in management and have a great, wonderful city of Davidson County, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Metro Council, Councilman at Large, and Madam Vice Mayor. My name is Larry Lozano. I'm 18 years old, and I live on 180 Wallace Road in South Nashville. I only have one question. Which is the most important, having a city that's green or having a city with a balanced budget? Now, I am a working 18-year-old Hispanic graduate of John Overton High School. And I have to keep a balanced budget. Why can't my city's government? We are supporting so much green projects that are not mandatory and non-urgent. I'm a recent graduate, as I said, of John Overton High School, and the learning environment I was a part of was run down. Why do we focus on keeping our city green? Why can't we begin to focus on keeping our schools green instead? As I said, the environment at Overton was disappointment. Pest infestations were prevalent. AC and heating is a joke, and overall health codes are barely up to par. We need to set aside unnecessary green and arts projects and begin supporting our schools. How will a LEED certified government building in downtown help the infrastructure of the metropolitan Nashville public school system? I have been told that I hate public school children just because I am against this tax proposal. But I know very well as a high school graduate that this is wrong. Heck, even my 13-year-old brother knows that this is wrong. If a 13-year-old, an 8th grader from McMurray Middle School knows that this is wrong, why can't adult citizens of Nashville get that as well? If you want to improve our schools, please do our students a favor and do not vote on this tax, and please stop the funding of urgent projects. Put them aside. We can do them later. Don't get me wrong, I am a huge supporter of the Nashville MTA. I ride it every day. I love it. I don't have to pay for gas. You know, that's a concern as an 18-year-old. And I'm all for being green, but we need to be fiscally conservative. And we need to plan for the worst. It could or could not happen. I just used the word conservative, but this is not a partisan issue. This is an issue of responsibility. We need to begin to find savings and keep a balanced budget. This is the way to move Nashville forward. Thank you very much, and God bless Nashville.
Thank you.
Chairman, members of the board, officers of the court, ladies and gentlemen. It's some time ago when the original stimulus package...
Please state your name and address.
Richard Price, I'm a resident of 4th Avenue North, been a long-time resident, commentator for Reuters, U.S. News, various dozens of other newspapers nationwide. This was apparent when the initial stimulus packages began. The first one with the Bush stimulus package went to the banks. The citizens didn't receive a penny. Then later, the next stimulus package came along through Obama with massive funding of the federal government under the Patriot Act and massive hundreds of millions more going to the law enforcement community. This tax increase was inevitable at that time, and many residents saw this coming. How are you going to support this? In addition to that, with the FEMA funding of hundreds of millions of more dollars, all this funding went in to hire additional police officers to an already large police community. With massive overfunding, with double time and overtime for the officers had the same effect to having two complete police forces running simultaneously. With this grant funding running out, it was inevitable that the tax funding be increased. But to do this, to continue to fund this type of police community without the safeguards installed in other communities, states, and countries by restriction of these police powers to the precincts which they are assigned, whereas here with Surpass placed the illegal search and seizures, without warrants, the police are going into people's homes and dragging families and friends out of their autos and vehicles and homes and interrogating them for fishing for excuses all police are with the illegal traffic stops. To continue to fund this extensive and massive over-policing can only lead to disaster. I vote for common sense in the budget, and I'll vote no for the tax increase.
Thank you.
My name is Lonnie Spivak. I live at 7209 River Junction Drive in Nashville. Earlier this evening, we heard from a lot of police and teachers, and I just want to let them know that even though I'm against this property tax increase, I really appreciate the job they're doing for the city and the community. We are looking at a proposed tax increase exceeding $100 million by a mayor who in 2007 said he was going to be a leader and he wasn't going to raise taxes, period. Nearly half of that increase, $47 million, is slated to go to the school board, the Board of Education, which this body has really no governance over once you guys approve the budget. I bet that most of you in this room would be surprised to learn that we currently spend $11,080 per student per year in metro schools. That's almost $2,000 more per student per year than all the surrounding counties around us, with most of that being funded by Davidson County residents. Now we're being asked to fund an additional $47 million a year to that budget. There are, according to the school board's website, we currently have 13 and a half students to every one classroom teacher. Well, if that's the stat that's on the school board's budget, then where are those teachers? Why are we seeing 25 and 30 kids to a room with one teacher? I think the biggest problem that we have in our metro area is we have too much administration, too many chiefs, and not enough Indians. There's a lot of money that is being spent on overhead and not enough that is being trickled down to the areas that are needed. If we look at the budget seriously, I believe we can find the funds needed to fully fund the areas that are essential to metro operating. And I say essential because that's important. We don't need to fund all these extraordinary projects. Now, over the last 3 years, we've seen everything from the cost of gas double to the cost of food and goods and services increase by nearly 20%. How much more are we going to ask the residents of this city to fork up so this city can operate efficiently? I believe that the funds are there. I believe we can find them, and I'm asking that the council find an alternative budget so we can so we can move the city forward, for lack of a better term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mia Calderon, and I represent a cluster of mom and pop businesses and properties in East Nashville, so I'm a District 6 girl. I own a small East Nashville property management company. I'm a village real estate agent and a member of the Real Estate Investors of Nashville and Eastwood Neighbors Associations. I'm also a minority business owner and a proud Nashvilleian, which is why I'm here today. These taxes would increase rents astronomically for small businesses all over Nashville. FYI, I have been in the commercial real estate industry in this city for 7 years, and I have never seen a commercial lease that did not include a clause in there that increased businesses' rents with property taxes. I'm here to represent a cluster of businesses at Porter Crossing in East Nashville. 3 restaurants and 4 retail stores specifically, many of which have been asking customers for extra support to survive in this recession. I cannot think of a worse time to raise taxes that specifically increase businesses' rents, with an increase of 20% in our businesses and 13% on our homes. Frankly, council members, this is not only a direct attack on our mom and pop small businesses, but on the families that are supported by them. Please help us help the mayor keep his word. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa Turner, and I live at 5004 Bonnewell Drive in Hermitage. My husband and I are both highly qualified teachers with master's degree, but we have chosen to teach in a private school, and we happily do that for less than the proposed starting pay for Metro teachers. We also do this without any pension plan offered by the school system, so we have to do that ourselves. We try very hard to live within our means, and we try to plan for our retirement in the future. As part of that, we have bought a few rental properties within Davidson County, and news of this property tax increase has just made it even harder for us to think about planning for our own retirement. I would just like to ask you to look at ways that you can cut this budget, look at alternative budgets, and think about those of us who do have to plan for our own retirement. Another possibility that I've just thought of is there are plenty of wealthy people here who talk about supporting these programs in the community, and maybe asking them to write a check to support some of these programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Glenda Sharon. I live in the Madison area. As you've heard, in the last 3 years, gasoline for our cars has more than doubled. Groceries has more than doubled. My income did not. And I understand that Metro employees have not had a pay raise in 5 years. Well, they didn't get a pay raise when we spent $1 billion for a convention center, or $74 million for a train from Lebanon, or just a few weeks ago we're spending $30 million for a water park and $16 million for the Peterbilt company, and you know the list goes on and on. So it's not an income problem, it's a priority of spending problem. And thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Paul W. Nix Jr., 3500 Long Haven Crossing, Antioch, Tennessee. This is my second term as a state employee working in juvenile justice, but I've also worked in forensic psychology in the mental health department. I'm coming here today, a homeowner. My family also owns 2 other properties in Nashville, but I'm coming here today to take advantage of my right and privilege to come before you guys who are making this very challenging decision to express to you the need not to proceed with a tax increase on property owners at this time. The economy is very difficult right now. I did a couple of years of unemployment and looking at some opportunities to look at some private business ventures. But it seems like every time we're trying to raise taxes for something, we're trying to say that we're not going to pay officers or we're going to lay off teachers. Why does it have to be that substitution? Why do we have to not pay teachers and then increase taxes on property owners? Someone said that increasing taxes was theft. I liken it to plunder. You know, you're taking from one entity to give to others. I know what it's like being a state employee, or for some state employees who look for the government to give them more money for a raise. I mean, that's something that employees look forward to. You know, we've got cost of living that's going up every year. Just keeping up with inflation is at least 2.5%. But we have responsibilities as citizens. We have to manage our budgets. You know, we have to, if we have less money coming in, we can't go on the cruises. We can't do certain things. So we ask you all to do the same things. Live within your means, because it's a lot easier to spend other people's money, which is what the government does. You know, you all raise taxes. That's how you pay for things. It's easier to spend other people's money. We as citizens have to be responsible for managing our budgets, and we ask you all to do the same thing. Maybe look at some amendments and some different line items where you can do some cutting. But just remember that there's people out here who happen to own homes, but that doesn't put us in the 1%. It doesn't mean that we're just rich. We're just living within our means and trying to get out of debt. And putting more debt on top of us will be staggering for a lot of people. So I just ask you all to think circumspectfully about what it is that you're doing. We just don't want to be, I didn't want to be like the other citizens who, if you all do support this bill and it goes through, will wake up one day and see that their mortgage or rent has gone up and not know what happened. So I just ask you all to think soberly about this. Citizens have responsibilities. If I, as a state worker, want more money, I have to take another job or maybe look at some private business ventures. Thank you.
My name's Joel Rader. I live at 911 Broadmoor Drive, 37216, zip code. I represent some of my family that couldn't be here, several sisters and brothers and nieces and nephews. For one reason or another, they couldn't be here. I also represent a few business people I've talked to lately. But I'm probably the wrong one because I'm just a dumb old high school boy. But I can tell you what dumb old high school boy thinks. I think if the state of Tennessee got more income from the sales tax than they expected this past year, that probably the metro government got more tax from our sales tax, more revenue than was expected. I think that when you tax businesses and individuals enough when they can't afford it anyway, they're going to go somewhere where it costs them less to do business or less to live. I think, it's just dumb high school boy, I know. I think if we can't work with what we got, like I have to tell my kids on occasion, and like I have to tell myself, then if we don't learn to work with what we got, I think we're going to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. That's what I think. I mean, you people are educated, you people see the numbers regular, but it has come time to quit making some ridiculous real estate investments. It's not like that we knew we got a federal grant for more police officers. Okay, that's great. That means next year we got to pay for them. So why are you making stupid real estate investments, and why are you supporting arts, as they're called, which goes back to the whatever that contraption is downtown here? It has come time to take care of our business. Work with what you've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Robert Ariane. I'm just a dumb holder of a PhD. 3019 Oakland Avenue, District 18. That's Belmont Hillsborough neighborhood. The neighborhood that was hit with the highest assessments, I believe, at the last assessment round. Now, Mayor Dean, I'd like to address my comments to you directly. Last year, or perhaps earlier this year, you had a balanced budget with a property tax increase that looked really interesting at the time because we were all done with the Great Recession. By fiscal 2013, we would be clearly in a boom time with gross domestic product, probably 3 or 4%, full employment, maybe even a bunch of recession in there. But let me say that a property tax impacts everybody with a roof over their head. And the wealthy can probably consider the hike in property tax as a round-off error in their cost of living. But some of the rest of us who are not working anymore, well, it may be the difference between going out to a restaurant or a show and watching late night TV from a signal from a set of rabbit ears. So there was some discussion of timing and the economy earlier. It's quite possible we are in a new recession. Now remember that the first two estimates of GDP growth in 2008, another presidential election year, were both positive. The second estimate was higher than the first. Turns out that the Great Recession, the worst recession since the Great Depression, started in the fourth quarter of 2007. So what I'm saying is there is a better time. We should probably be looking at any kind of a tax increase when the economy looks like it's in a growth phase and not a possible recession as we are maybe entering at the present time. So I would say let's hold off on this tax increase. Let's look at a balanced budget with no property tax increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Joshua Stevenson, and I own a home at 7056 Bridgeport Drive in Bellevue, District 35. I represent one of those young professionals that the gentleman on the opposing side earlier referenced that are so important to the economic growth and future of this county. You will be raising my taxes. Moving forward is such a wonderful and noble notion. Rest assured, the yellow shirts are not here to prevent us from moving forward. We are here to present to you that this is not the way. All of the positive and excellent causes that the opposing side presented to you could not exist without the demographic that I represent. Homeowners and young professionals like me are not an unending resource. As a household whose utilities, gas, groceries, travel, and entertainment costs have increased significantly over the last few years, I have to decide in my family budget what's more important, what gets funded. You should be doing the same. The justifications for this increase are exactly the wrong reasons. If supposedly these increases are necessary for our goal of economic growth and becoming more competitive as a city, it does not follow that you should put the burden on those of us who will be the deciding factor as to whether or not Nashville does in fact succeed or grow. I want Nashville to thrive, and I want it to thrive because I, the homeowner and the taxpayer, thrive. Do not kid yourself to think that it could possibly happen any other way. Please vote against this tax increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jeannie Heron. I live at 4400 Shies Hill. I live in District 25 and I work in District 21, and I am opposed to the tax increase. I also want Nashville to move forward. I have two comments to make. One, taxing property owners 13% is an unfair and unreasonable burden to these citizens. The other comment that I have is I would wish that the Metro Council vote fairly on this. I would request that those that do not own property in Metro Nashville respectfully abstain from this vote because I feel like it would be a biased vote. If they would please identify themselves and refrain from this vote, I think it would make it much fairer. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Keaton, 8509 Lawson Drive in Cane Ridge. I came to the tax rally and I got this T-shirt. It's really hot. But I'm here not to represent, I don't work for Metro. I don't represent a trade union that does business with Metro. I don't represent anybody else but me and hopefully a lot of other people. Economies are cyclical. And we are in a prolonged downturn that we don't know whether or not we're going to come out of it, if we will. It would be foolish to continue to spend more in the face of the realities of this downturn. It's easy to reach into someone else's pocket for our request, and government does that quite well with the rule of law. Most of us hate to be rushed, and usually we regret making hasty decisions. Yet we are being pushed for a quick decision. While many of us may disagree with the Charter's requirements and the process for budget approval, it is what we have to work with. These are lean times, and Metro government needs to set the example that it understands this. More time, transparency, and citizen involvement with the budget process is necessary. Anything else leads taxpayers to be suspicious of a request for more money. The mayor has not presented a compelling case for this tax increase. If Metro wants more of our money, we need to be part of the process in an orderly, methodical way, not just a budget hurriedly presented for approval. The current budget, already approved for fiscal year 2011-2012, I recommend you take it and use it for 2012-2013. Then in the coming year, the mayor's office and Metro Council can have as much time as necessary to work together to craft a budget for 2013-2014 that's agreeable to all parties, including the taxpayers. We like to see that proposed budget way ahead of the deadline to pass it. Many say that not voting for the mayor's budget would be a step back. Stepping back's not always a bad thing. I'm asking the council to step back from the politics. Step back from the hard sell that you've experienced. Step back from the rush and say, not now. Maybe later, but not now. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the council. My name is Hector Suarez. I reside at 227 Wheeler Avenue, 37211. First of all, I wanted to talk about the education system in regards to paying more money to the teachers. I am a Glencliff alumni, Glencliff High School alumni, and I was able to make it through the high school system and move on to college and graduate from Tennessee Tech here this past May. And I just wanted to say that more money for teachers doesn't necessarily equal better students, because I graduated 5 years ago and I was able to make it through college just fine. The second point I wanted to make was that I enjoy eating out at local businesses, local restaurants here in Nashville, of course. And by increasing the property tax, this will also make it harder for a local business owner to pay their lease. And this will, furthermore, I also believe that this new budget will not attract new businesses. It'll do the opposite of that. Thus, this won't create new jobs, because if we don't have more businesses coming here or more local businesses opening, then less jobs will be available here. And one more thing I wanted to mention, as a former college student, tuition rates are already high, and I can't hardly imagine paying more money for rent. One of the first things, I plan on going to grad school, and one of the first things that I look up are the cost of living in the city in question, and Nashville's cost of living is already high, and just don't believe that we should make it higher. That's all I have to say this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Delilah Suarez. I reside at 227 Willow Avenue, and I don't have much to say, but I believe that this tax increase would hurt a lot of families that are currently struggling to make ends meet, and like my family. My mom's a single mom, and right now she's really struggling, and this tax increase would affect our family tremendously, and we could possibly even lose our home. And also, there's a lot of people, who rent, who would possibly have to pay more rent because the property owner will have to increase, their taxes would increase, so therefore they would have to increase the rent. And also, a lot of people are leaving the Davidson County because there's other counties who are, cheaper. And I go to school in Tennessee Tech, and I paid $650 a month with roommates, and that's with a 3-bedroom house. And here in Nashville, that's impossible to find. So that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Ed Meek. I live at 1004 Wood Duck Court in Donaldson. I'm here this evening to speak with you for just a moment. I represent the real estate investors in Nashville. We are opposed, as you can tell, to the proposal. We are very concerned about the unintended consequences of this tax proposal. Specifically, we're talking about a 13% increase. No, the truth of the matter is we're talking about a 20.8% increase on commercial properties, which most rental properties, the duplexes and larger, will result in. That increase necessarily just has to be passed on to the tenant, and especially the members of our population who are the more economically challenged, shall we say it. I've been a real estate investor for 15 years, and to say that the last few years have not been without challenge. There have been some rather interesting years. I'm concerned about the unintended consequences of this tax increase proposal, and I'd like you all to think about 20% increase, almost a 21% increase versus the 13%. Secondly, while I have you, I would echo the calls that you've received by some of the folks that are come here ahead of me in terms of asking you to think about your perspectives and kind of think outside the box just a little bit, to propose that we spend another, $300,000, a significant increase on on the farmers market, and I like the farmers market, but this is not the time. We're trying to add a lot. We've got limited income. We always will have limited income, and this is the time for us to take a good look at the resources that we have. I have to make decisions every day on my business, on the money that I spend or don't spend, the suppliers I deal with or don't deal with, the people that I negotiate with, and I'm asking you all to do the very same thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor and members of the council, my name is Jim Thomas, 205 Peeler Trail. Heard earlier, I watched on the monitor, and I hope the members of the council will note that most of the people that spoke in favor of this were city employees. And while I certainly empathize with someone that didn't get a raise, it's unfortunate, but yet we as tax-paying citizens didn't bring this on. We paid our taxes. We balanced our budgets. We lived within our means. I don't feel like we should pay the burden of any mismanagement that may have gone on in this council. Personally, I live on a fixed income. I'm semi-retired. But I want to talk about my wife. Now, she's worked for the federal government for 30 years. In all those 30 years, she's never not gotten at least a cost of living raise, even during down economic times. The last 3 years, she's not even gotten a cost of living raise, no raise whatsoever. Now, she works for the IRS. So if the federal government can't give the people that collect their tax dollars a raise, why should members of the metro government feel like they deserve a raise? What makes them different than, say, the federal level? Everybody's having a tough time. And yes, it's unfortunate, but fact is they do have a job. I was forced into early retirement. Let's talk about my last job. I worked for a textbook publishing company that just moved to Nashville, moved to Madison area. While I was working there, I worked as an illustrator for their textbooks. Found out the reason they moved here from another state was because Tennessee does not have a state income tax. That was one of their biggest reasons. They had other reasons as well. Now they're looking for 100 acres. They want to build a small college. If you raise taxes, do you think they're as likely to look in Davidson County for that 100 acres and build that college? Or are they going to say, if they were concerned about the income tax, they're going to be concerned about property tax? I think you need to realize you're hurting business, you're driving business out of this town. It's going to other counties. I like to shop at Rivergate Mall. I don't know, some of you are not in that area, some of you are. Councilman Pride Moore, you're close to that area, you've probably seen it. Rivergate Mall is not what it used to be years ago. I have to go to Sumner County now to shop at some of those places. And so much is moving to Sumner County. Sam's Club just moved to Sumner County, one of my favorite stores. I feel like we need to, as council members, go back to your department heads and find ways to cut. You know, I stood in my living room and looked out the window one day, and I've seen this several times. A tractor goes up and down my street on Peeler Trail with a side mower. He's looking for grass to mow where people maybe didn't mow all the way to the road. Well, as I drive up and down my street, there is nothing.
Thank you.
So I think this is an area that could be cut, and others as well. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Hanrahan. I reside at 401 28th Street in Old Hickory, Tennessee. For 14 years, I lived in Rutherford County, recently moved to Davidson County about 2 months ago. I'm achieving the American dream. I own a home. I'm really scared right now because I'm not sure how this is going to affect everything. I know that I make hard choices in life. I give up TV. I give up going to the movies. My husband and I have staycations instead of vacations so that we could buy a home. I'm a state employee, haven't had a raise. Worked in Davidson for 10 years for the state government. And now I'm worried that I won't be able to afford to keep the home that I just bought. I'd like to thank y'all for your patience today because I'm not here to ask you to vote no. That's really not an option. And I'm aware of that. What I'm asking for you to do is focus on the coming months and what you can do to alter what's been put before you and what you've been given no time to make a choice about. And if you could just honor your constituents with that kind of consideration, then I think what we've had today here would be a success. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ken Marrero. I live at 414 Bonnewood Drive in Hermitage. I'm a Nashvilleian by choice. I am not an ATM. The Declaration of Independence says that it is the purpose of government to secure my rights, my life, my liberty, and my property, my pursuit of happiness. And that's what we look to you for here tonight. Secure our property, our money, our homes. Now you've heard if we don't get this property income tax or the property tax increase, that the streets will run with blood because the police won't come, Nashville will burn because the firemen won't come, and our children won't be educated. That is not true. We all know that it's not true. The question is not Will we have police, firemen, and teachers? The question is, how will we pay for what we need? The police, fire, and teachers that we need. That's what you guys are going to be asked to debate and determine. We are here to tell you that one man, Carl Dean, does not have the right or the authority. He may have the power, but he does not have the right or the authority to say, cough up $100 million. We are the ones that will pay for that. And he has no right to do that without speaking to us, explaining to us just exactly why we need $100 million more. Not just saying that we do. If you are to secure my rights, you guys must do exactly what you're doing tonight. You're listening to the voters, to the taxpayers of Davidson County, for and against. I recommend that. Mayor Dean stops just short of triggering a referendum where we would actually get to vote and you would hear who is for and who is against. We don't get to do that. You get one evening of public comment. So let's make this evening memorable, shall we? We remember the $600 million hole in the ground. 77% of us said, do not do this. Mayor Dean and the council did it anyway. We remember the fairgrounds. I don't know what the percentages were. It was huge. Do not do this. We won that one. We're 1-1. Who's going to win this one? Folks, there's a lot of memory out there. We remember the fairgrounds. We remember the convention center. We will remember our rights on the property tax increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Brad Cather with Lighthouse Property Management Group. We manage apartment communities in districts 4, 21, 35, and developing in District 2 in Metro. I'm also here as a representative of the Greater Nashville Apartment Association in opposition to the tax increase. You've heard many passionate testimonies tonight. I just want to give you a few facts in the interest of your time with regard to the proposed tax increase. In multifamily housing, we estimate that that would equate to at least a $14 per month increase in rents monthly just to stay revenue neutral on an apartment community. Single-family homes, of course, are assessed at 20% of the value. Multifamily is assessed at 40% of the value, which equates to about a 60% increase for apartments. A $10 million community could see as much as a $20,000 increase in taxes. In addition, with regard to apartments developed in the affordable housing program that our company works with, I want to remind you that the value of federal tax credits on those communities are already included in the valuation of the properties, and we're being taxed on that as well. So this tax would be on top of that. Lastly, increased taxes on multifamily and commercial real estate will have a negative impact on future development that brings millions of dollars into the local economy, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Connie Hunter, and I live at 5512 Trousdale Drive, and I am here to just ditto the fact that I am against this property tax increase. I would like to request that the council, who are all elected officials to represent the citizens of Davidson County, to come up with their own budget and pass it, or force Carl Dean to show his secondary budget. I am not against, we have a spending problem, and I believe that we need all of our essential services, our first responders, fund everything that we need, that we can't live without, firemen, police officers. Lord knows we have our share of people who intentionally commit crimes, and they need to be arrested. We need police officers. So I just ask that everybody be funded that we need, and the things that we don't need, put it off. Some of our building projects, transportation. We have got massive money for transportation. Leave it like it is. look at it later. Next year, you'll have $30 million more that you're going to have to come up with out of the budget. And then even look how we prioritize and use our money. Our school systems, I believe, is got more of the percentage of our budget than what it needs. And it's top heavy, where we've got cafeteria workers, service workers, bus drivers who don't get the support of the money that they need. So I just ask that this council reprioritize, give us what we need, stop the spending, and give us a good budget that we can live with no tax increase.
Thank you.
I'm Amy Moore. I live at 510 Deer Ridge Lane, and I'm a Metro Nashville middle school teacher. And I'm against the tax. Metro doesn't need the money. They don't have a recruitment problem. They have a retention problem. Having mentored many bright, wonderful young teachers coming out of college and see them leave after all my hard work and their hard work is really upsetting. It's a retention problem, and money is not going to solve that problem. The other thing is, sure, you're going to give me a raise, but then come February 29th, you're going to take it out of my back pocket. So it's kind of a wash for me, so I just say save the paperwork and vote no.
Thank you.
My name is Michelle Hall, and I live and pay taxes at 5673 Licton Pike in Goodlettsville, 37072. We've all heard compelling, personal, passionate, and enlightening, and even often humorous statements from fellow Nashvillians. And early on, you exhorted us to keep from repeating ideas. However, there was one comment that was made earlier that is vital that you take home. Take it into consideration before you pass a budget. Davidson County already spends $11,000 per student on average, and that's $2,000 more than border counties. That is a resounding reality check that we do not face a funding problem, we face a spending problem. This chamber is full of Nashvillians who have already been doing more for less on both sides. If I've misrepresented you, please raise your hand. Everyone behind me, since this recession hit, has been doing more for less. I have a quick personal testimony to that. My family and I have invited Nashvillians to our house over the past few weeks to communicate this budget crisis, and we've had to do that with the funds we already had in our budget. And I decided to make a 6-cheese lasagna. So I had to stretch my budget dollars, provide more mouths, food on less money. I chose to do that by making a 6-cheese lasagna, a 5-cheese lasagna. Some of the people behind me have been at those meals, and I don't believe the quality or the quantity suffered. Ladies and gentlemen who have been elected to represent us, if you cannot do what we have already been required to do, and that is to do more with less, then I urge you to step down because you're not fit to fill your seat.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Melissa Smithson. I live at 4714 Delia Drive in Antioch. I'm not a Metro employee. I don't work at the Art Commission or represent the Chamber of Commerce, but I'm a tax-paying citizen. And I come to you to ask each of the council members to not pass the mayor's proposed budget as it stands today. With the economic times as they are today, with jobs lost, food costs going up, gas prices unstable, we, the people, cannot endure another expense with a property tax increase. Our city officials, the city government, must run this city like a true business. As with any business, when times are tough, you tighten up and reduce spending. Looking at historical data of your revenue coming in and budget according to the data expected of that revenue. A business does not go looking to its employees, cutting their pay or giving an ultimatum in order to fund their vision of growth for their company, whether that be a bigger warehouse or a playroom for the executives, or as I've been hearing a lot tonight, entertainment. You run a leaner company, you tighten your budget, knowing that for your employees to continue to have jobs to support their families and for your business to be efficient and hopefully stay above water, you must do so. If not, You'll lose your employees. They will go somewhere else. And your customers will find other places to do business. If Metro continues to place a burden on its people in order for them to pay for the nice-haves and for the mismanagement of our tax dollars, those of us will leave and go to another county. Hopefully one that will appreciate their citizens and fully listen to them and represent them. In the last few years, I have been seeing where our city has pretty much given the barn away in order for new business to come to our city. But now you expect us to compensate for you giving it away. This is not good business for any reasons you give. Council members, I urge you once again to not pass this current budget of the mayor's as it stands. We need to focus on running a lean city, not a green city, and not burden our citizens with a property tax increase because of our city's leaders' mismanagement of our tax dollars. Remember, by you passing this budget tonight, you are placing the tax burden on the individuals that voted you into office to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Shane Smiley. I reside at 422 Brush Hill Road here in Nashville. I've listened to a lot of pro and con tonight, and some things I think we need to take a hard look at. We've given more and more and more money to the school system year after year after year. I understand that as part of the charter they have a 6% increase, but they're far exceeding what that increase of 6% is supposed to be. The school system has the option to go to a referendum and go to the people for that additional $48 million. I hope that this council, when you go back into chambers and go into committee in the coming week, that's exactly what you will do, is you will give the people of Nashville the opportunity to have clarification of exactly what this school system wants to do with this additional $48 million. I'd also implore you to find a way to put a freeze on new money. We have a lot of people out there that are below the annual median income of Davidson County, which, according to the 2010 census, is $45,668 per household. We have a lot of people in Metro government that are making far and above that. So I would ask you to find a way to put a freeze on anybody that's making a third more than the annual median, or $70,000, that you put a freeze on their income, that they do not get a pay raise. Give it to those that are below. By putting in 4% to those people, you're doing nothing but taking the difference between the haves and the have-nots and increasing it drastically. You have people in this, how in the world can you even think about taking money out of somebody's hands that is making $35,000 to $40,000 a year and charge them more for pay raises for people that are making $80,000, $100,000, $120,000, $160,000 plus benefits within our Metro government? It's just wrong. You know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. We need to find another way of balancing this budget out. The first thing we can do is let's put the education in their budget to a referendum and let the people have a say, and let's get some clarification as to exactly where that money is going within our Metro schools. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Vice Mayor, Council, and Council at Large. I'm Tony Watson, District 17, Fairgrounds, Music City, USA. I vote against this tax due to the fact that I have 4 properties in Davidson County, and taxes on my renters would be terrible to raise them up even higher. My property is not even worth what it was worth 3 years ago. I work every day to pay these notes for these renters because they struggle to pay their rent under the jurisdiction of the gas prices and everything that's high now. My granddaughter goes to a private school. I took her out of Metro schools due to the fact of her not learning. No Child Left Behind was totally disgusting to me to see the children that did not get an education or not getting one through that. And I know they've stopped that now, and that's a great thing. But I think we need to cut the fat in Metro things, as Ken Jake said. I was out at the wave pool Sunday. It's $12 to get in and go to the wave pool. We had to rent the facility for our family reunion. And then the mud hole out there in the facility that you drove through to park and then get water dumped all over your new car or your other cars was appalling to me. That we don't even have the money to take care of our parks and recreation. And then we buy new greenways. We're buying more greenways. That is appalling to me. It's appalling to me that we cannot even take care of our own families and have our renters pay rent to live, much less. And I think, like Shane said, all these people that are making an absorbent amount of money need to be cut back. They need to cut the fat and cut the pork. And I vote for Ken Jakes when he comes for council at large, because I know Ken Jakes is going to be a great man. And I voted for a lot of these people right here, and I'm proud to have them here today. And I hope y'all vote with us like we did with the fairgrounds and stop the tax and help the people. We the people are the people, and we did elect officials. Thank you very much, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Merkel Moore, and I live at 510 Deerage Lane. I am a college freshman. I don't own any property because I'm a college freshman, but why would I ever want to come back to Davidson County and purchase property here when I graduate and when I have enough money to own my own property, when there are counties such as Wilson and Williamson County, which has a lower property tax and would make way more sense for me to purchase there. I think you're discouraging homeowners to come into Nashville, and which makes selling your home even more difficult. And so I say vote no for the budget. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Terry Bear, 323 Forest Park. And I know that the only way that we can proceed in this thing is if we don't vote yes for this, Mayor Dean's budget goes into effect immediately. So we need to amend this thing like crazy. But the thing is, that really upsets me is this thing seems to be backwards. We don't fund convention centers first and then balance it on the backs of schools and police people and other services that are the basic fundamentals of this city. I also know that a lot of people that I saw in the hall who thought that we needed the property tax increase are people whose departments were directly had money taken out of them for the various tourist fees and stuff that was actually marked for them, went to the convention center, and they're struggling now. In this city here, I've seen how the schools get run, and I know that the city council has very little control on how that money gets spent when it goes to those schools. They have small class sizes supposedly, which makes the classrooms very small, and the buildings, I guess, somehow makes a bigger amount of schools that need to be maintained. We have schools that, in order to get more money for some groups of people, we have to label kids as failures. I don't want to see kids walking into school ever, at whatever age, especially not preschoolers going in there and being called failures. We need to start having budgets that meet our needs first. I mean, this whole thing where you leave out the things that'll make people scream is ridiculous. We need to amend this budget. We need to turn it around. And, you know, there may be some small increase that we do need to do, we should have been doing all along, but right now I see where a lot of pet projects that benefited the mayor and people, political people having to do with him, business people, got funded. Money was specifically drawn out in the budget for those projects. And here we are today with people thinking that there's no money for their project, so that's the only way they'll scream. And actually, from what I'm seeing, there's less and less of the people who are believing that. And I think right now we need to figure out a way to amend this budget, go with as little tax increase as we can, and need to go to a point where we're funding what we need to fund first.
Thank you.
You got to be glad to see me being last, I'm sure.
But you're not.
I was going to get up here and tell you a joke that was so funny, guaranteed to make your hair fall out, but I see most of the guys have already heard it, so won't go there, including me. Oh, no, I haven't started my time, okay. Madam Vice Mayor, council and members, my name is David Szymanski, 1014 Cahal, District 6. I'm a member of Real Estate Investors in Nashville for the last 16 years. We represent over $200 million of real estate owned and in and around the Nashville area as Real Estate Investors in Nashville. I am president of a local property management company with 22 properties in Sumner County and 26 properties in Davidson County with a current tax burden of over $46,000. Like all property owners in Davidson County, we currently are paying taxes based on the 207, 208 appraisals, of which are currently 35 to 50% above the current values. Still waiting for my tax rebate on that one. And I'm wondering why you guys still need an additional 13%. I have a great idea. How about keep our 35 to 50% rebate and forget about the 13%? We currently offer 30% of our properties to Section 8 and low-income families who would otherwise not be able to afford clean, safe, affordable, and well-maintained homes. This tax increase will force us to raise our rates by such a substantial amount that no Section 8 or low-income families will be able to afford our rents, and we're forced to move our business out of this county. As a businessman, I'm forced every year to reduce costs, eliminate waste, and like all property owners, I don't have the luxury to turn on the tax spigot and throw money at a problem. With the current fiscal nightmare in Washington, D.C., it should be apparent that throwing money at a problem doesn't fix it. Regarding schools and funding, look no further than Washington, D.C., where it has the highest per student spending in the country and the worst scholastical school record in the country. I ask you to not support this budget. Send this budget back to Mayor Dean with a request for cutting waste and endless requests for additional funding on the backs of our struggling business and homeowners who are having to decide whether to fire employees or as families must decide on mortgage payments and or rent versus meals and utilities. Mayor Dean has lied to us about the current tax increase, failed us where he forced all of us here tonight to decide on public services versus viable and responsible reduction in waste and crony discount and funding private enterprises. I don't disagree with the need for services, but for police and school needs, services, for the various services discussed tonight. I will agree that this budget increase could be met with effective and thorough streamlining of everyday waste and fraud. Increasing taxes did not work for Greece. It's not working for Washington, D.C., and it will not work for Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, ladies and gentlemen who serve in our council, I want to thank you for your service no matter where you stand or end up on this position. This is a rare occasion for me because I have been given permission by my wife to speak on her behalf as well. This is the only time she'll be watching Channel 3 probably. So on our behalf...
Could I have your name and address,
Oh, I'm sorry.
please?
Ed Ziegler, Lone Oak Road. Sean, glad to meet you. Our concern is this. One is, I feel like something disingenuous is going on at best. As has been said, the mayor ran on a platform of not raising taxes. No sooner does he get elected, an epiphany occurs, and he realizes he needs to raise taxes. He's put y'all on a short leash with his budget, giving us less time, us meaning you, and the citizenry to respond and come up. We've had some great concepts and ideas presented here. Hopefully they're considered. And you need to find out more from those of us out there. We're on a fixed income. So if you pass this on the third reading, the mayor's budget, you're asking us, my wife, whom I'm speaking on behalf of as well, to cut our discretionary income, which we have been doing. And so I'm going to ask y'all to do the same thing. If you're going to ask me to cut my spending habits and my discretionary income, then I think it's only fair that y'all consider doing the same thing and live on your fixed income, which is my fixed income. So thank you for your service. And I think if anyone's at fault here, it's probably me for not being more involved in my city. Sean, I look forward to meeting you in the future. It's my fault that you haven't met me, not yours. My councilman at large, I will meet y'all. One of you I do know on a regular basis. He is smiling, but I won't identify him so as not to embarrass him in public. So Mr. Charlie, I won't bring your name up. Thank you very much for your service again, and please give this thing real consideration, and on my behalf, vote no at the third reading to increase spending. Spend what we've been collecting wisely, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Barry Guerin. I live at 5036 Franklin Road, now Franklin Pike. And I just sat here a couple hours and thought I would come up here and take this opportunity to tell you that I am opposed to any tax increase. One thing we've got enough of is taxes. And I couldn't help but notice that most of the people in the group that spoke before my group were civil servants. And I certainly have a regard for them. My sister is a school teacher, and I think the world of her, and I think the world of a lot of the civil servants. But I think that these people were told that the only way they could get a raise was to come down here and speak and put leverage on y'all to pass this property tax increase. And I just like to tell you, I don't think that's an honorable way to treat people and do business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Lavely. I live at 4421 Frost Street in Nashville here. It's 9:58 by my time. I just want to say thank you to everyone in the council for your time, your attention. It's been fantastic. And I got to tell you, as a citizen of Davidson County, Metro Nashville, I'm very encouraged by the turnout both for and against this reading. It impresses me. I'm glad to see that people are waking up and getting involved in our community. As I look at this, I think you guys end up have to pass this tonight in order to come back for the third reading. And on that third reading, please, please, please make amendments. Listen to the group of people that just spoke. Make the changes that are necessary. Tighten the budget. Get next year's budget going before we are in crunch time and crisis time and we're dealing with this situation again. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Budget and Finance Committee voted to approve and to re-refer to Budget and Finance with a vote of 13-4, none against, and I would make that motion at this time.
Have a motion and a second. Councilmember Berry, you wish to speak on the motion to re-refer?
I think so. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to make sure before we vote that we explain one more time the impact of a vote tonight, if that would be helpful to council members.
Okay, we'll do it one more time.
Thank you.
If we all abstain, if we vote against, the majority vote against, the mayor's budget goes into effect tonight. By our charter, we need to go ahead. This is a formality. We need to approve it so we can have debate on it and offer a substitute budget as we move forward. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The next item on public hearing is BL 2012-143, a zone change, changes .91 acres from R6 to OL district for properties located at 200, 202, 204, and 206 Ocola Avenue. Councilmember Baker.
Madam Vice Mayor, there's a substitute bill on this. If we get Ms. Bernard, the Planning Commission, to show the film.
It was disapproved. Marlene? We need the screen.
That it's not the way.
Explain that.
Is it ready? You didn't practice. Okay. No, because I have to do this first.
Was it disapproved by the...
Go ahead.
Okay. This is Council Bill 2012-143, and it's a request to rezone property at the corner of Osceola Avenue and Burgess Avenue. The property is outlined in red from R6 to OL, although there is a substitute bill changing this to SP. The Planning Commission recommended disapproval of the request for OL, but approval for SP with certain uses excluded. The current zoning is R6, which allows for single-family and duplex units on a minimum 6,000 square foot lot. The OL zoning district permits a range of office uses. The land use policy is suburban neighborhood evolving, which supports a range of housing types. The policy does not support office uses. Based on testimony heard at the April 24th meeting and the Commissioner's discussion of this request, the Commission could support a rezoning to SP that would permit all uses of the OL district with the exception of financial-related uses. With those uses removed, the Commission believes that the SP would provide an appropriate transition between the residential and commercial uses in the area. The Commission would revise the land use policy to support the transitional uses. This is a view of the property, and the Planning Commission recommended disapproval of the OL district, but approval of an SP that includes all uses of the OL district with the exception of financial-related uses.
Thank you. Councilmember Baker.
I'd like to open public hearing, please.
Please raise your hand if you're in support of BL 2012-143. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Anyone in support wishing to speak, please come to the lectern.
Madam President, members of the Commission, Council, it's late. Sean Henry, 315 Dedrick Street. I represent the property owners. This tract, as you saw in the photographs, is in behind the Sprints furniture block. It's about an acre of an entire 10-acre area, which is still zoned residential. This started out as a commercial services CS zoning district request. The Planning Commission didn't want to see that. There was some opposition at the Planning Commission level. That was followed by a neighborhood meeting at the West Precinct. Ultimately, this was pared back from commercial services to consideration of commercial limited, to consideration of mixed use limited, all the way down to office limited, at which time there was still an objection about some of the ranges of uses permitted in the OL district. So my client has agreed to amend this. We have a substitute bill here this evening to an SP district for the purposes of limiting the range of uses. So with that, we respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in opposition wishing to speak, please come to the lectern. Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Baker.
I'd like to move the amendment and ask for y'all's approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Substitute passes. Councilmember.
Thank you. Move approval.
Second. Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next is BL 2012-151, changes 61.23 acres from RS40 to SP zoning for property located at 5570 Granny White Pike to permit up to 57 residential units. Councilmember Todd.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Thank you. Those in support wishing to speak, please come to the lectern.
Vice Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Shannon Pollard at 2811 Blair Boulevard, Nashville, Tennessee. I am a representative of the estate of Eddie Arnold and a partner in the development firm Armistead Arnold Pollard. We come before you tonight with a specific plan for a 56-unit community, residential community on Grand White Pike called Voce that was inspired by a mandate personally given to me by my late grandfather, that when our land was developed, it would be done in a manner that would keep as much of the natural character as possible. It has taken over 2 years to reach this moment, and I believe what you have before you is not only the most innovative, creative, and responsible plan for the property, but for Nashville as a whole. Many who have seen our plan have said that our design represents progressive concepts and communities in places such as Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington, or Ruston, Virginia. And my response has been to say that now it is time for others to look at Nashville and say that we now have a new template for sustainable, creative, and thoughtful development. It is no exaggeration to say that there are few opportunities in Nashville to create this type of community. Simply put, land like this is scarce, and years from now we can look back at moments like this and know that we have something that my family and our community as a whole can look back upon and be proud of. The Metro Planning staff saw our vision and they recommended its merits to the Planning Commission, who approved our zoning change unanimously. It is obvious that our plan fits within the direction that the city needs and wants to go forward with. And with positive responses from the real estate community, it is one the marketplace demands. There's no question that a development will come to this property. It is a question of the ability to do what is right. Do we opt for a conventional plan that only saves a minimum of green space? Or do we allow for flexibility to let the land dictate the elements and virtues of this beautiful property and the community? The timing for a community like Voce is now. In order to achieve it, we need the technical creativity afforded by this SP plan, which is a zoning option created specifically for responsible developments of this scope. We sincerely hope you concur with us and allow for this change. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
My name is Steve Armistead. I live at 1003 Glendale Lane, Nashville, Tennessee. Vice Mayor and Council, we thank you guys for your continued attention. We know it's been an interesting evening here. And I also want to thank Carter Todd, our councilman, for his tireless efforts and I would call his shuttle diplomacy in working with this development. Shannon asked me to join him 2.5 years ago in the development of his grandfather's project. And given the nature of the project and his caveat that it must be developed in a very responsible manner, and given my experience in the development community here in Nashville, which includes the Terrazzo project, which is a LEED certified project, mixed use in the Gulch, the development of the Gulch itself, former Castronaut building in downtown Nashville. We did the Little Sisters of the Poor, BMG, Sony headquarters on Music Row. There was a theme there that jumped out at me, and obviously I had to embrace this opportunity. Subsequent to that decision for Shannon and I to form our company to take on this project, we developed and brought together a development team, which we consider the best minds for land development here in the city of Nashville, Tennessee. It includes Land Innovations, Civil Site Engineering, and Dade Architects. These are local professionals that have wonderful and very successful track records. Fast forward 2 years, and here we are at the council meeting with a very viable, forward-thinking master plan for this significant piece of property. I'm just going to impart 2 notable comments, and we'll continue on. First of all, during this process, it's important to know that we have been very transparent, and we have embraced discussion. We've had no less than 6 neighborhood meetings, and we've had multiple individual meetings to receive input from neighboring communities, individuals. We have listened, and we have made concessions. Most importantly, we have a plan that meets an emerging real estate market. Efficient homes at higher per square foot cost that meet the needs of families looking to downsize and or streamline their lives on a daily basis. And again, as Shannon referred to, this is a very unique opportunity and unique project. And we're doing all of this without increasing or asking for increase in density.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support. We look forward to your support. Thank you very much.
Madam Chairwoman, my name is Kevin Gangware. I live at 6040 Breslin Road in Nashville. I am the engineer on the development team for this project. Wanted to speak to the council tonight about a couple of concerns that were raised at the Planning Commission meeting. One is drainage for this development. You may hear concerns that this development will cause a lot of drainage and flooding if it's developed. The fact is this project will be developed like any other development in Nashville. It will meet the stormwater ordinance that you guys created and approved. Matter of fact, the developer on this project has committed to actually reducing the peak runoff rate that discharges from this property from its current rate today. You may hear some concerns about traffic congestion on Granny White Pike. We have performed traffic studies for this project. We're adding 56 homes. Granny White Pike currently has about 8,000 vehicles per day that travel up and down it on an average. We're adding 56 homes. The traffic study has been reviewed and approved by Metro Public Works traffic engineer. It does not change the level of service on Granny White Pike, which, by the way, is a level service A existing, and we do not change that with this development. Lastly, you may hear concerns about problem soils on this property. Certainly, we are in South Davidson County, and there are problem soils in this area. We have, for that reason, had a geotechnical engineering firm put on the development team. They have done an in-depth geotechnical investigation for this project, found a limited amount of problem soils on the interior of the site, and have created some mitigation design that we will use in the development of this project to deal with those problem soils. So with those facts, we hope for your approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, neighbors, council members, my name is Jeff King. I'm an attorney with Stipes and Harbison in Nashville, 401 Commerce Street. The primary issues of concern expressed at the neighborhood meetings and at the public hearing before the Planning Commission relate to traffic, surface water drainage, slopes, colluvial soil, and so on. Each of these issues has been carefully addressed by qualified professionals on this project team and thoroughly reviewed by the planning staff. The council should be reassured by the conclusions of the planning staff that these issues have all been properly addressed by the project team. I would like to use my remaining time to discuss what I think is one of the most important issues for the council members to keep in mind in regard to this project. The property is currently zoned RS40. As a matter of right, under the current zoning, the property can be developed using the cluster lot option to allow 56 lots. The owner has the legal right to do this without any rezoning and without the required meetings in the public hearing before this council. A quick comparison of what the owner could legally do under the existing zoning compared to what the owner is committing to do under the SP zoning will demonstrate that the proposed plan will yield a much better result. The advantages of the SP zoning versus the cluster lot option of existing zoning are as follows. More open space. The minimum open space required under the existing zoning is 15%, while the proposed plan commits to 37% open space. If you include designated protected areas within the lots, the open space on this project will be well over 50%. Many more trees will be saved with the proposed plan as compared to the traditional layout of conventional zoning. The proposed plan will require significantly less paved roadways, less grading, and less disturbance of existing soils. There are no meaningful differences in the impact on traffic between what could be built under existing zoning as compared to what will be built under the proposed SP zoning. The proposed plan will have less impact on drainage and allows the flexibility to minimize potential problems with steep slopes. In conclusion, if you compare what the owner can legally do under the existing zoning versus what the owner is committing to do under the proposed plan, a fair-minded person should conclude that this plan is a far better and more responsible use of this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Abernathy, and I'm at 2520 White Avenue. I'm an architect and a partner in Dade, and I'm working with Armistead Arnold Pollard as the architect on this project to create design standards for the homes that will be built at Voce. Their charge to us is to create guidelines that will allow homes unique to this development and in Nashville that respect the natural settings of this property. Voce will not be a development where each home design is drawn from a plan book with no regard for topography or solar orientation or the existing vegetation. Our design guidelines will require that any home within the Voce community will take into consideration the property on which it sits and the existing vegetation surrounding it. These standards will allow for a variety of natural exterior materials, including stone, wood, masonry, metal, and glass, that form a palette from which a variety of styles, from traditional vernacular architecture to rustic contemporary, will emerge and coexist to form a neighborhood unlike any other in the state or even the region. Another unique aspect of this development is the focus on smaller, more livable homes that are sustainably built and less costly to heat, cool, and maintain. Many times as an architect, when when I'm talking with a client and they say to me, well, where do we need to go to see the kind of development that you're talking about? I'll say, well, you need to go to Portland, Oregon, or you need to go to Austin, Texas, or you need to go to Seattle, Washington. My charge or my hope, and I think that what will come out of Voce is that when architects in Seattle and Austin and Portland are asked, where do we go to see where the next great development is, they'll add Nashville, Tennessee to that list. Thank you for your time and your patience tonight.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor and council members, thank you for listening to us. My name is Brianna Morant, and I live at 925 Montrose Avenue in Nashville. I own a real estate business who helped over 125 families buy and sell real estate last year. I am here to represent the real estate community and future potential homeowners who will call Voce their home. Because of the business that I am in, I have the opportunity to work and sell in many different communities with many different developers. I can speak honestly and say that not all development is for the good of an area or community. Most developments focus on maximum footprint so that they can maximize every penny that they make. I believe you can drive in many different neighborhoods in Nashville and see the neighborhoods I'm referring to. What I love about Voce is that it completely stands apart as one of the most thoughtful and innovative communities that Nashville has ever seen. I truly believe that we will look back and realize that a new standard of development has been created through the vision and mission of Voce. I read an article in the Ledger that described Voce as developing, not devouring. I don't believe the argument tonight is whether or not this development will happen. We can all agree that this will happen. The question is, will it be devoured the way that Nashville says it can be? This would be clearing the land and creating another cookie-cutter neighborhood. Quite frankly, I'm tired of cookie-cutter neighborhoods, and I think that the Nashville buyer market is as well. If you look at the zoning of this land, it only requires 15% of green space. Buyers no longer want cookie cutter. Families are wanting communities, not just homes. They want to feel connected more than ever. Homeowners wanted to live in a community that's walkable, that's environmentally sensitive, that incorporates sustainable solutions, because they want thoughtful communities. Another thing that I wanted to point out is that most communities in this area have a price point where people, most average home buyers can't afford. So you're typically looking at a neighborhood where the homes are 4,000 square feet or larger, 5,000 square feet. And with this particular community, it's going to appeal to a larger demographic of buyers that can buy in smaller footprint homes. And to me, in the market, sales are up 25% from where they were last year. We have a strong demand of buyers who are wanting not just 4,000 and 5,000 square foot homes. We have buyers that are wanting, smaller homes. And what I love about this development is it's going to be thoughtful, innovative, and it's going to create more opportunities for buyers to get in this community. My husband wants to live out in the country. I live in 12 South right now with my family and my 2.5-year-old, and so I can't imagine being in an area where there's no sidewalks and walkability, but Voce is a perfect combination of this. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Adam Epstein. I live at 3704 Hobbs Road, live in the district. Carter Todd's my councilman. He's done an excellent job of putting this together. It's been a tough battle for, I guess, everybody, and a lot of things have been said, and it's sad. It just is such a better alternative to what they could do to the property. When I look up and down Granny White Pike and see the developments that have happened there, most of them have torn down every tree out there and just planted back the minimum trees you can plant back. This is a real chance to do something different and maybe have a model for something going forward that isn't so destructive to the trees and the community and to the topography of the land. I just hope you guys can see, like the Planning Commission did, that this is really a step forward. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Charlie McClendon, and I'm 3340 Love Circle in Nashville. I've lived and worked in South Nashville now for 22 years. I'm a real estate broker with McClendon Realty. Typically what I do with my customers is I either help them locate and purchase a home that's already on the market, or I help them design and construct a new custom home. So I'm talking with customers and potential clients in several demographic categories on a regular basis. And the thing that's so appealing about this project to me is that it contains a number of critical features that my customers are asking for that are not easy to find in this area. Who doesn't like pedestrian-friendly neighborhoods with mature trees? And this development group here has actually identified 400 mature trees on this property and gone through and developed the streetscape in order to be able to save those 400 mature trees. My customers like to have a choice and a variety of lot sizes to choose from. I can't help but think of my customers when I see the pictures that they're suggesting for how these homes in this neighborhood are going to look, and the way that they've combined architectural styles such as classical, rustic, and contemporary into something that goes so well with nature. Who wouldn't want to live in a neighborhood where not every home has to have a gas-powered tractor to mow their lawn every week. So we're talking about an environmentally sensitive project here as well. In fact, just 2 days ago, I was speaking with a 39-year-old Generation X move-up home buyer, and their first question to me was, where can I build a house in Nashville close to town in a subdivision that is environmentally sensitive? So that's very important to not only the baby boomer move down generation, but also other demographics as well. So I'm excited about the possibility of seeing a project like this become a reality in Nashville. I think it could be something Nashville could brag about and definitely attract buyers from several demographic categories, even out-of-state buyers. I know it'll be good for the customers and potential clients that I work with, and good for Nashville as well. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please come to the left. Are you speaking in support?
Yes.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, neighbors, Metro Council members, my name is Jack Smithwick. I live at 1133 Stonewall Jackson Court. We've lived there for 32 years now. We're in the Granny White neighborhood. This is a development that's going to be built. By the way, you guys need an easy one tonight, and I frankly think Voce is the easy one. You've had a rough night. There will be 56 new houses, though, added to the real estate base sometime in the next several years. This is a great alternative for all the reasons they've spoken about it. In our house on Granny White Pike, or in Stonewall Jackson Court, I've got an acre and probably more house than I want. We don't want to take care of an acre lot. We don't want to take care of a big house, and it won't be long before we can't take care of a big house and a big lot. Voce provides an alternative that lets me get both less acreage and less house and live every morning with the turkeys and the deer that I live with today. Right now, I live right over the hill from Radnor Lake, and it's a beautiful park. If you approve Voce and give it your support, I may have the opportunity to live in a park. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Frank Horton. I'm at 216 Deep Woods Court here in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm asking for your support of this plan. I'm very proud to be associated with the company that has created the plan. I won't take much of your time, but it's a good plan for the city. It's a good plan for the community, and we ask for your support.
Thank you.
Evening. My name is Andrew Etheridge, and I'm a senior at MTSU in the Land Development and Construction Management program. I'm a born and raised Nashville resident, and I'm actually very proud to be a part of the Land Innovations team. I've had the privilege of working closely on this project, and I feel that we've been given an unprecedented opportunity to develop the site in the most environmentally safe and responsible way. Voce is the exact type of community that we are being taught to design and create in our development classes. We have listened to the requests of the surrounding neighbors and modified the site layout, reducing the overall number of sites from 67 to 56, which was mentioned earlier, is the same number of homes allowed under the current zoning. We have identified over 400 notable trees on the property, and by locating and limiting the building site, we are able to preserve over 60% of the protected wooded area. It's the differences that inspired this project to be great. Voce is a house in the woods. Voce is community, connectivity, and sustainability. Thank you for your consideration, and we request the approval of the SP.
Lady Vice Mayor and members of the council, thank you very much for your time tonight. I know it's a long evening. My name is Dudley Smith. I live at 1221 Clifty Drive. I am a resident of Davidson County, Forest Hills, and our home actually does look down into the site, the very site that Voce resides. I'm also the founder of Land Innovations. It's amazing in our business. I've spent my entire adult career really in the planning, development, design, and community building business. And it's just an incredible opportunity to have be in a position to utilize your training to do something so unique for a town that we are all so proud of. Voce is a very, very unique opportunity for Nashville. I'm not going to waste our time going back through the things that have been well covered. We've spent 2 years getting to this place as far as multiple meetings, working through the design issues. We are requesting that we have the property rezoned to SP, a much more restrictive set of standards that we're holding ourselves to. So we've worked with the Dyer Observatory, Vanderbilt, on working with them to respect a dark sky approach to this project, which really works on the type of lighting and the illumination. We have expanded the width of our road that will help with ingress and egress out of the project. That was not required. And we've had really no opposition from the Friends of Radnor Lake. Thank you for your support, hopefully. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wishing to speak in support, those wishing to speak in opposition, please line up at the lectern.
Vice Mayor, neighbors, and members of council, I'm Jim Murphy with the law firm of Bradley, Arent, and Bolt Cummings here in Nashville, 1600 Division Street. I represent a coalition of neighborhood groups that are in opposition to the proposed SP. And the neighbors' primary concern is the density of this development. Over half of this site is on slopes of over 20%, which would make any development under the current zoning very difficult and very expensive. These steep slopes are subject to landslides, which have historically been a problem in this neighborhood. And to avoid the cost of developing on these steep slopes, this plan proposes that all or the large part of the development be moved close to Granny White Pike, near many of the homes that are surrounding this development. This solution results in lots that are much smaller than those that would be permitted under the current RS40 zoning. In fact, it would result in an RS5 zoning, so a significant change in the permitted density. Along the boundary of the southernmost boundary of this property, there are 17 small lots that are adjacent to 7 existing homes on Oman Drive. The average density of those lots is slightly over 10,000 square feet, while the average density of the 7 lots on Oman Drive is over 53,000 square feet. So it's a significant change. Now, the zoning ordinance authorizes the council to utilize the SP in a manner that will yield content-sensitive development. And this plan isn't content sensitive. It ignores the surrounding context by permitting these numerous small lots so that the developer can avoid the cost of developing on the steeper slopes that are located throughout this property. So this SP is totally out of character with the neighborhood. Now, the density impacts the neighbors who live with this around this property because of several issues which the proponents have mentioned, one of which is traffic. They've done a traffic study that says that this project's not going to create any traffic problem, but the existing intersection at Granny White and Tyne Boulevard is at a level of service F at peak morning and afternoon times today, and has been since 2009 when the city of Oak Hill did a traffic study. And the 56 cars that are going to be added to that northbound traffic in the morning and the southbound traffic in the afternoon are going to increase the traffic problems that are currently in this neighborhood. So for that reason and for the reasons that the other neighbors who are here and are going to speak in opposition, we would request that you vote no on this SP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Kaiser. I live at 1128 Radnor Glen Drive, and I represent an overwhelming majority of the 23 homes on my street. We abut right up to the proposed development. Each of the council members has received a map of the neighborhood surrounding the Arnold property, which each of the homes surrounding it listed as to whether they oppose or approve this, and it's completely ringed by people who oppose it. I went to 10 homes to try to get a petition on my street, and 10 for 10 signed it and were very much opposed to this plan. So that's my personal experience. We realize the property will and should be developed, but are opposed to the very small lots which are inconsistent with the surrounding neighborhoods. When Mr. Arnold was alive and many of the neighborhoods were developed with his participation, the lots were all an acre or more. Our street, Radnor Glen Drive, was built in the last 10 years along the same lines. The proposed development land is steep and buildable areas are small, so some proposed lots are as small as 0.13 acre, which is not fair to existing homes of 1 acre that abut the development, and also is not fair to those of us already living in the area. I would point out that I chose to live in Nashville, not in Portland. What we're asking for is a smaller number of lots under the current zoning. Zoning laws exist so that a person can pour their life savings into building a home and have some assurance that their neighborhood will be kept consistent. This project goes against that principle, and we ask you to disapprove it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Bear, 323 Forest Park. I came down here from Seattle, and I saw a lot of things up there. I mean, there was good development and bad development, and sometimes that word greenway really kind of, I'm not really sure what they mean on this. I wish I looked that up, but the bigger thing is, when I first came down here, or before I came down here, I'd hear about people getting in the music business before they got their contract. There was jokes that they mowed lawns. And I really didn't understand that there. But when I came down here, I understood it. And one of those places that I really understood it was by going down Granny White Pike. Beautiful homes, beautiful lawns, well set back from the street. And as a few years later, I drove down that same street and saw houses that were just kind of thrown out there. I'm sure that they all were touted as being environmentally sensitive. They were on big lots, but they were big houses that didn't belong on the lots. I mean, I think they looked good probably from a picture, but they didn't, as you drove down Granny White, you didn't see that picture of the big rolling green hills, which are now becoming condo hills. And it's upsetting to me. When are we going to stop and start preserving some of these areas? And I mean, we keep going and saying that there's people that want to downsize their homes, and a lot of people buy into that for a few minutes, and then when they see what they're actually putting out, they realize that it's not a step down from what they have because they're so overpriced, and they're not really getting the amenities in there are for a different group of people than the people who are trying to downsize and live and stay in those neighborhoods. And I'm glad that this is for the person that it is, but I think there's a point at which we need to step back. Most people do not want to have a fancy name on their neighborhood, and if they want to have a house that's for them. I think we're getting to a point where people are tired of having what they call, homeowners associations that the first person who walks in there signs a piece of paper, and therefore they're told that they wanted all those things, and that's what I see what's going on here. And I I noticed that a lot of things that these gentlemen said were exactly the same things that the people who spoke earlier thought were fluff in the budget. So I would really oppose this, and I think we need to take a stance where some of the property on Granny White Pike and some of these rolling hills is
Thank
preserved.
you.
My name is Mary Cantani. I live at 1427 Richland Woods Lane. It's a small subdivision adjacent to the Arnold property. There are only 12 lots in our division. Everyone who is currently living in that area signed a petition opposing this development. Not because we don't think the land is going to be developed, we think it does, but will be, but we don't think that this is the way to do it. The houses that are proposed are out of character with what's available. They're very contemporary, are very, very country. One thing I heard tonight is that everyone who spoke, except for 2 people, do not live in the area, and only one of those 2 people wishes to live in this development. All the other people have some sort of monetary interest to be gained by this piece of property being developed as an SP. Having the lots on a very small area and trying to preserve some of the green space sounds like a really good thing, but sometimes if it's too good to be true, it's not good. So I hope you will think about that. Also, someone said that you can't preserve the trees without and build a traditional lot. I have to beg to differ, because when we built our home 4 years ago in Richland Woods, we did everything we could to save the trees, and our whole backyard is left in its natural state, except for a koi pond, which we put in a natural drainage area. So it can be done. I hope that the council will think about that and that they would vote to leave the zoning as is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Swan Burris. I live at 1208 Beddington Park. First of all, this is the first time I've ever been at one of these meetings. I am very impressed at your attentiveness, your alertness at this hour of the night, because I would be going to bed about an hour ago. So thank you. The first thing that I want to address is the fact that SR 80, or SR 40, excuse me, as it stands right now, yes, you could put 56 homes on there. Truth of the matter is, if you really look at the topography of this 60 acres, it would be cost prohibitive to probably put about 17 to 20 of those homes. In other words, the cost would exceed, the development would exceed what they could really get for the price. And let's face it, developers are in it to make money. Now, I know they like trees as well as I do, but money hits home, and especially right now. And the one concern that I have is that we've got an existing neighborhoods on the north, east, and south of this property that all have half-acre, 1-acre land conforming to the current zoning. My property, which I purchased 4 years ago, is now worth, on a real market, 24% less than what I paid for it. Now, you put in a bunch of cluster homes for the green people and the younger people and that sort of thing, and that's all fine. But it's not fair to the people in the surrounding neighborhoods whose property values are already lowered. And then you're going to lower them again, in my opinion. So I'm hoping that you will reconsider this. I know it's going to be developed. We want it to be developed. We want it to be fair to those that are already there. And thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linda Heflin Johnston. I live at 1133 Oman Drive, and I've been there since 1968. so I'm kind of the mama of Almond Drive now, and I am representing Almond Drive tonight. There are approximately 17 owner-occupied homes on Almond Drive, and we have 100% of those neighbors who are against the zoning change. The main reason we are against the change is because it would allow for 17 cluster lots, all of these backing up to the homes on Almond Drive, and these lots are approximately 1/13 of an acre. All of the lots on Almond Drive are at least 1 acre, and many are more than 1 acre. One is, I believe, 11 acres. So that is our main concern with this SP plan. We would like for the council to understand that we know the property will be developed. We would just like for it to be developed more conforming to our neighborhood. We have let our own councilman know this, that 95% of our neighborhood, not just Almond Drive, but the whole area, is against the SP zoning for those reasons. And I'm here tonight to let the entire council know that we have some grave concerns about that. So we ask you to please study this plan and vote against the change to SP zoning. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Richard Caprioli. I live at 5026 High Valley Drive. That's in the subdivision that is adjacent to the Arnold property. And I am opposed, strongly opposed to this development. We, again, understand that there'll be some development of this property, and we welcome thoughtful development. But the development proposed is inconsistent with the surrounding. I moved here from Houston 14 years ago into a beautiful, beautiful area. I have spent a lot of time and money to keep my property, and I really object to seeing this kind of clustered development so close to what is a very beautiful area. The high-density housing is simply, in my estimation, an abomination in that beautiful, beautiful area that we live in. What it will lead to, as some people have said, is a significant decrease in our property values. We are all suffering, everybody in this room, I'm sure, from the economy, and we don't want to see this now perpetrated further by a development process. A couple of people have mentioned the traffic, and the traffic is a problem. You can put beads on it, you can dress it up, but it's still a problem. In the last month, there were 2 serious accidents right in that area, one of which I was caught in. An ambulance came in, so if anybody thinks there's not a problem, I'd refer you to the person who was taken away in the hospital. There are 57 homes. There'll be more than 100 cars. What home today has 1 car? And it's not evenly distributed along Granny White for miles. It's all focused in a bottleneck coming right out with construction trucks, supply trucks, and there's a little hill right before it that you can't see over. So I'm worried about my family coming out, and increasing the load is not a good idea. Finally, because someone mentioned it, I'm a Vanderbilt faculty member. I've talked to the manager of the Vanderbilt Observatory and the people back in the main campus, and they are opposed to this. So, and I can get that verified. So I respectfully ask the council to deny this zoning change and keep our beautiful area beautiful. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Patty Sarnick. I live at 412 Oakley Hill in Nashville. That is a part of the Hounds Run subdivision. I'm president of the 100-member association, and we have the unanimous support of our board and various committees in opposition to Voce. You have heard about stormwater, colluvium soil, traffic, and those are all very real concerns. And we are actually in the satellite city of Forest Hills. And I would respectfully draw your attention to the letter of record where Forest Hills is in opposition to Voce as currently submitted. It's not that we don't want the property developed. We recognize the right to put 56, 57 homes in there. Metro has done that as well. I was before this group in January 2nd, 2007 with Mr. Arnold and his wife, and we stayed as late as you are tonight, and we appreciate that very much. when he joined his neighbors in asking that this property be zoned RS40. He knew full well what the size of the lots could be. He knows what the challenges of his property would be, and he supported his neighbors and his neighborhood at that time. Hounds Run has architectural standards. We support architectural standards. We cannot remove a tree that is over 6 inches. We embrace smaller homes. Homes can be built on a smaller scale in Hounds Run. Be aware tonight of the difference between green space and whether it's owned fee simple or whether it's owned as community property. These lots can be as small as the developers want them to be and fee simple to sell, and there can be as much community space around them that people don't have to take care of. That it is not appropriate, in our opinion, for the compatibility and all the surrounding homes for this property, particularly that at Granny White, which is the most inexpensive to develop, to be downzoned from RS40 to RS5. That's essentially what you're being asked to do, and we respectfully request that our opposition to this development be noted, and we thank you for your time.
Vice Mayor and distinguished council members, I stood here 5 years ago in this very podium in a late night, brutal night, much like what y'all just had, one that makes you not want to be a council person. Sat in the back here with Eddie Arnold, sat next to him, and he had worked with us very hard as a neighborhood association to make sure that this land stayed intact as one house on 1 acre. We thought we'd cured that problem when we got the zoning changed to RS40. Apparently it didn't happen. This is a profit-driven project. By the way, I live at 5032 High Valley Drive. My property backs up to this development. I'm a custom home builder, been building custom homes all over Nashville for 25 years. I know what responsible development is. You haven't heard any of us oppose this development as a development. What we're opposed to is the clustering of lots. What they don't tell you is that 50% of this property is unbuildable. This topography is wrong. It's sitting underneath the TVA power line. So because of the rules, right or wrong, they're allowed to cluster everything down and put houses on 1/5 acre. I dare you to drive down Granny White Pike and find me a 1/5 acre lot anywhere. So what is going to happen if you approve this is you are going to force these small houses around people that have worked hard all their life to obtain larger lots and larger houses. God forbid if that's wrong, then a lot of us have made a mistake in this area of town. I represent the Homeowners Association of High Valley. I'm also the spokesperson for a group called the Neighbors of Granny White. You may remember us when we opposed the Bethel development. We canvassed neighborhoods within a mile of this development. In an email I provided to most of y'all, it had red check marks on it. Over 250 people that live within 3/4 of a mile of this development are opposed to it. Not it being developed, but we are opposed to the clustering lots. People that have lived there for 30 years are going to look out their back door and see 5 houses out their back door. Not one house sitting on another acre or 2 acre lot. Nothing about this development is compatible with the existing neighborhood. I, being a business I am, went to the top real estate agent in Nashville for last year, plus another person that was with the number 4 real estate agent. I interviewed 2 appraisers in the area, and they have all told me unanimously if this development goes through, there will be a 15% reduction in the property values in this area. That's going to result in 15% less taxes collected at some point. We're not asking you to delay this. We're asking you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, just one more. Ken Harding, 5424 Camelot Road. Our neighborhood didn't really know about this because the signs that are supposed to notify us have been in the ditch like a day or 2 after they went up. When we found out about it, we notified some of the council members, and all of a sudden today the sign was up. I'm in the music business. I don't want to be in the council, y'all work too hard, but I wish y'all would consider either delaying this, deferring it, the public hearing until the rest of the neighbors know about this, or voting it down. Thank you, and God bless y'all.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Todd.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would move for approval, but I'd also like to make a couple comments.
We have a motion and a second. Councilman.
Thank you. Let me begin by saying that this is probably the most difficult matter that I've had come before me in my 5 years on the Metro Council. While I've not done a detailed poll of how my constituents feel on this matter, based on the emails I've received from the neighbors to this property and what you've heard tonight, I'm fairly confident that a majority of my constituents in this area are against this development. I think if I lived next to this property, I would also probably be against it. This is one of the last large tracts of land. It's about 60 acres left in this part of Metro. It's not in Forest Hills. It's not in the city of Oak Hill. It's kind of right between the two. The homes around this piece of property are clearly all upscale homes. And the neighbors have had the benefit of living next to this beautiful piece of property for a significant period of time. However, the fact of the matter is that this property is currently zoned RS40, and the owner is entitled to build on it, and using the cluster lot option, the planning department says in its report that approximately 56 homes could be built on this property. So, without any new legislation, without any bill in front of this Metro Council, 56 homes could be built on this property, which means you're going to have additional traffic on Granny White Pike. Even if we don't do anything, if they build these homes, you're still going to have the traffic on Granny White Pike. You're going to have additional stormwater runoff. You're going to have additional noise, and you're going to have additional development next to existing homes. When I ran for the Metro Council, I said that I would always try to do what the majority of my constituents wanted me to do. But I think this is a case where we have to do some due diligence and analyze the situation. And I tried to do that. I sat down with Terry Cobb, who is the mayor's director of development, and reviewed the plan with him. Mr. Cobb told me that he thought the SP development was more environmentally friendly because it kept many of the mature trees on the property. It allowed the natural drainage ways to be utilized as an alternative to piping. And the plan included a detailed system of sidewalks, trails, and other pedestrian-friendly ways of creating a walkable community. These are the same issues that the Planning Commission, which Councilmember Claiborne serves on, thought about when they heard this matter a month ago. And the Planning Commission, which is a very diverse group, half of them are pro-development, a bunch of them are pro-neighborhood, they voted unanimously to approve this plan. I do want to mention specifically two of the larger constituents out there, Vanderbilt University and the city of Forest Hills. And I'm somewhat disappointed tonight that the opponents to this plan have mischaracterized what I've heard from those, really the two largest stakeholders out here. The first is Vanderbilt University. They own the Dyer Observatory, which is located up above the proposed development. Many of you know Mary Pat Teague. I think she is with the council a lot, and I spoke with Mary Pat Teague yesterday. She called me, and they have expressed their support for the project and are pleased that the bill in front of the Metro Council contains restrictive lighting requirements to protect the dark sky for the observatory, and the applicant has agreed to do this. The other large constituent that I have discussed this matter with is the city of Forest Hills. I think you heard that they were against it tonight. Actually, yesterday I received a detailed letter from their outside attorney, and I'd like to read you a couple paragraphs from that letter. Dear Councilman Todd, on behalf of the city of Forest Hills, let me thank you for your extraordinary efforts to build a consensus on the difficult rezoning requested by Shannon Pollard, Steve Armistead, and their partners. No doubt this has been a difficult process for you. We believe you have exhibited great leadership in the matter in which you have worked with all of the interested parties, and that you will do what is best for the entire community. The city is pleased that the developers have addressed a number of the concerns listed in their April 12, 2012 letter. The city is pleased to learn that the developers have adopted the recommendations of Dyer Observatory regarding the dark sky preservation, a feature which will protect a natural resource treasured by the city's residents. Furthermore, the city is appreciative of the fact that the developers have removed one unit in its driveway from Granny White Pike. Again, thank you for your leadership on this issue. So my two biggest constituents out there, and they're all important, but are Vanderbilt Dyer Observatory, and I guess also Radnor Lake, which we really had, the Friends of Radnor Lake really haven't addressed this matter, and then the city of Forest Hill, and I just read from their letter. So in closing, most of these people that you heard speak tonight against this project, I don't think are ever going to be for this project. The developers could cut a couple more houses out, or cut 4 houses out, or make some more adjustments. But I think and just like any of us would, I think they really enjoy living next to this beautiful piece of land. But it's going to be developed someday. I think everyone agrees it's going to be developed someday. Based on all of this, I would respectfully request that you approve this zoning. I have decided to defer this on third reading and try to build some more consistency.
Thank you.
I would ask you to respectfully approve this. Thank you.
Councilmember Bedney.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. With the current, I wish there was somebody here who could ask, but with the current zoning, I used to be on the Board of Zoning Appeals, and this screams of hardship, not only because of the TVA line, but the topography. As the people were describing before, it appears to me that what they were saying that will hurt the developer, it will actually help the developer to get more higher occupancy on that property. So is there anybody here that
I just want to add one thing, that this is a bill on public hearing tonight. It is going to be assigned to a committee for discussion and for the questions like that to be answered.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Councilmember Claiborne.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be brief. As your representative on the Planning Commission, I want to assure you that this is the second time that I've been in an extended debate over this particular project. When this came before the Commission back in April, there were numbers of people who came to speak for and others who came to speak against. And as the Commission considered the project, listened and looked at the details of it, the decision was unanimous to approve based on the conditions that have been placed. We felt that it was not appropriate to develop the property without the conditions that have been put in place to enhance the character of the development. So just wanted to let you know that this has been thoroughly vetted out before the Commission, and I would urge you to listen to the council member.
And we will do additional vetting on it when it is assigned to your committee, Councilman, to Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Berry.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was just going to yield the rest of my time to Councilmember Todd. He seemed to be wanting to say something if he still wants to finish.
Thank you, Councilor Berry. Vice Mayor, I'm finished. Thank you.
Councilmember Glover.
Actually, you weren't. I want to just, Vice Mayor, or Mr. Cooper, he was about to say he was going to defer on third. Could you, for those of us who are trying to understand the process, and while I understand it's going to committee, can you kind of explain where that puts this piece of legislation? Thank you.
The motion was to approve on second reading, so it would come back on June 18th on third reading, at which point the council could defer it. There's no limit on the number of times zoning bills can be deferred, but it would come back on third reading June 18th under the motion that's pending.
Councilmember Stanley.
I appreciate Councilmember Todd. I appreciate his work and his due diligence and representing these people out here. But I think it's important to understand that I was on the council when this property was rezoned RS40. That's an acre lot for a single-family home. Each single-family home would have an acre lot, and you would protect a lot of trees and or natural vegetation in the area. I also have concerns about the congestion that's associated with this cluster lot option. And the congestion and the problem it can cause for a number of other properties in and around that area that are on larger lots. Finally, I have an issue with the sloping topography. It's a lot like floodplains, and I have a lot of experience in floodplain developments. There's over 1,000 acres of floodplain acreage in District 14 alone.
So I would say that I'm looking forward to this coming before the Planning and Zoning Committee and debating this even further. Thank you.
Councilmember Duvall.
Previous question, please.
We have a motion and a second on previous question. All in favor, please say. Yes, Councilman.
Councilman Todd was making a statement that he would defer on third, then he got cut off.
He moved for approval.
Okay.
And then he said on third reading.
Was that indefinite or he will?
Is that what I understood?
My point
That you were
of order.
moving for approval tonight?
Yes.
Does that answer your question?
Well, my point of order is, what's he saying he was going to?
Your mic's on.
My point of order was he saying he was going to move for deferment indefinitely on third reading because he was cut off? We did not hear the remaining part of his sentence.
Councilman?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would defer for one meeting. No, I'm asking for approval on second reading, but when it comes up on third reading, I'm going to defer for one reading.
Okay.
One meeting.
Okay, we have previous question. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Previous question passes. The motion is to approve. Is there a second? Second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Motion passes. We're now at BL 2012-152, changes 1.17 acres from R10 to CN zoning for property located at 1119 Monroe Avenue. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd move to open the public hearing.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Seeing no one in opposition, does anyone in support wish to speak?
Extremely briefly, my name is Robert Anderson. I live on Castleman Drive. I also am an attorney and I represent the property owners. This is an occasion where you get to actually cause taxes to increase. My clients are asking that zoning be increased so that they would be commercial and they'll have to pay more taxes. With that, I'll shut up. Thank you very much.
Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Constituent of mine being brief, by the way. I would move approval. Thank you.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next is BL 2012-153, amends the definition of two-family units in the Metro Zoning Code. Councilmember Claiborne.
Yes, ma'am. In speaking with my co-sponsors, Councilman Westerholm and Councillady Allen, as well as the Director of the Historic Commission, I move to defer this indefinitely.
Have a motion and a second on indefinite deferral. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're now at resolutions on the consent agenda. The resolutions on the consent agenda are RS 2012-281 through RS 2012-295 and RS 2012-297 through 299. Are there any of these that need to be pulled from the consent agenda? Councilmember Garrett.
Just, Madam Chair, just as long as I'm marked abstaining on 294.
It's not on the consent agenda.
It's not on, okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. RS 2012-281 approves a grant from the Nashville Public Library Foundation to the Nashville Public Library to expand Limitless Library Program by renovating the Hillwood High School Library. RS 2012-282 approves the second amendment to a grant from Vanderbilt Medical Center to the Metro Board of Parks and Recreations to collaborate on the Growing Right Onto Wellness project. RS 2012-283 approves a grant from the Tennessee Golf Foundation to the Metro Board of Parks and Recreation to provide funding for the Vinnie Link seasonal internship. RS 2012-284 approves an amendment to a grant from the Greater Nashville Regional Council to the Metro Social Services Commission for meal service to eligible seniors and disabled residents. RS 2012-285 approves an application for a grant from the Greater Nashville Regional Council to the Metro Social Services Commission for meal services for eligible seniors and disabled residents. RS 2012-286 approves an application for a grant from the Greater Nashville Regional Council to the Metro Social Services Commission to provide personal care services and homemaker services. RS 2012-287 approves an application for a grant from the Greater Nashville Regional Council to the Metro Social Services Commission to provide transportation to eligible seniors and disabled residents. RS 2012-288 approves a contract between the Metro Board of Health and St. Thomas Health to provide licensed medical professionals to distribute antibiotics, vaccines, and antivirals through a website pod in the event of a public health emergency. RS 2012-289 approves an interlocal agreement between Mayor's Office of Emergency Management and the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency for fiscal year 2011 Port Security Grant Program. RS 2012-290 approves an interlocal agreement between the Mayor's Office of Emergency Management and Ashland City as part of the Port Security Grant Program. RS 2012-291 approves an interlocal agreement between the Mayor's Office of Emergency Management and the City of Clarksville as part of the Port Security Grant Program. RS 2012-292 approves an interlocal agreement between the Mayor's Office of Emergency Management and Stewart County as part of the Port Security Grant Program. RS 2012-293 approves a grant from the State Department of Labor and Workforce Development to the Nashville Career Advancement Center to establish programs and deliver services to prepare youth for entry into the labor force. RS 2012-294, nope, sorry, that's the one I need to skip. RS 2012-295 approves an agreement between Metro Water Services, Nashville Electric Services, and the Tennessee Valley Authority for the purchase of electricity generated by wind and solar units. RS 2012-297 approves a grant from the Tennessee Historical Commission to the Metro Historical Commission to provide continuing education for staff and commissioners. RS 2012-298 accepts certain incomplete infrastructure and property interests located within the enclave at the Twin Hills subdivision. And RS 2012-299 authorizes the Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury damages claim of Timothy and Jennifer Babbs against Metro government in the amount of $153,000. For these, I need committee reports from Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to approve all of the items that appeared before it on the consent agenda with a vote of 15 for, none against.
Thank you. Councilmember Langster.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Health, Hospital, and Social Service voted to approve all listed resolutions 3 and 0.
Thank you. Councilmember Jernigan.
Parks approved 7-0, 281, 282, 283.
Thank you. Councilmember Berry.
293, got it. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Personnel approved 3-0.
Thank you. Councilmember Claiborne.
Planning, Zoning, and Historic approved 296, 297, and 298, 10-0.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, Public Safety, Beer and Regulated Beverages Committee approved all of the items upon the consent agenda 5-0.
Thank you. Councilmember Hunt.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. The Public Works Committee approved all listed items, 10 for, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Stein.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're now back on the agenda for the items not on the consent agenda. The first one is RS 2012-245, provides additional compensation for Davidson County Criminal Court Clerk in an amount equal to 10% of his base compensation. Councilmember McGuire.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Budget and Finance Committee voted to defer to track with the budget with a vote of 14 for, none against, and I would make that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Without objection, we can take 273, 274, and 275 together. Seeing none, RS 2012-273 approves an amendment to the pay plan for general employees of Metro government. RS 2012-274 approves an amendment to the pay plan for employees of Metro government, fire, and police. RS 2012-275 approves an amendment to the pay plan for employees of Metro government Board of Health. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to defer all of these to track with the budget with a vote of 15 for, none against, and I would make that motion. Oh, and actually, I also need another committee report, I believe.
Councilmember Berry.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The personnel voted 3 for, 0 against.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, Public Safety voted 5 for, 0 against to track with the budget.
Councilmember Langster.
Committee voted also to track with the budget.
Okay, we have, and Councilman McGuire, you gave the Budget and Finance.
I did, yes, ma'am, and so I would move all these to defer to track with the budget.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. RS 2012-276 determines to issue $297,660,000 in GSD general obligation bonds to provide funding for various projects contained in the Mayor's 2012-2013 capital spending plan. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to defer to track with the budget with a vote of 15 for, none against, and I would move to defer to track with the budget.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. RS 2012-277 provides amendments to the Metro Charter and sets forth a brief description of each amendment to be placed on the ballot. Councilmember Jernigan.
Your committee report.
Councilmember Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The committee moved to defer indefinitely 5 and 0.
Thank you, Councilmember Jernigan.
Move to defer indefinitely.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor of indefinite deferral, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. RS 2012-278 provides amendments to the Metro Charter and sets forth a brief description of each amendment to be placed on the ballot. Councilmember. And without objection, we can take 279 with that. RS 2012-279 provides amendments to the Metro Charter and sets forth a brief description of each amendment to be placed on the ballot. Councilmember Tygart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee report.
Councilmember Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The committee moved to defer indefinitely 5 and 0 on both 278 and 279.
Thank you, Councilmember Tygart.
Move to defer indefinitely.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor of indefinite deferral, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. RS 2012-280 provides amendments to the Metro Charter and sets forth a brief description of each amendment to be placed on the ballot. Councilmember Gilmore.
I'm sorry. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The Charter Revision Committee moved to defer indefinitely 5 and 0, ma'am.
Councilmember Gilmore.
Yes, move to defer indefinitely.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next is RS 2012-294. Approves an agreement between Madison Suburban Utility District and the Metro Water Services for reading and maintaining water consumption meters. Councilmember Hunt.
Yes, committee report, please.
Councilmember McGuire.
Budget and Finance voted to approve with a vote of 14 for, 0 against, and 1 not voting.
Councilmember Hunt.
Public Works Committee approved 10 for, 0 against, and I move for approval.
Have a motion and a second. Councilmember Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just record me as abstaining, please.
So noted. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. RS 2012-296 authorizes the Director of Public Property Administration to exercise an option to purchase 3 parcels of property for benefit of the Metro Water Services. Councilmember Gilmore.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Hunt.
Public Works approved, 10 for, 0 against.
Councilmember Claiborne.
Planning, Zoning, and Historic voted to approve 10-0.
Councilmember McGuire.
Budget and Finance voted to approve 15-4, none against.
Councilmember Gilmore.
I would like to defer for 2 meetings.
We have a motion and a second.
I said 2 meetings to July the 7th.
Right. Councilman Hunt, what was your committee report
10 for, 0 against.
for the 2-meeting deferral?
296? Yes.
Okay, just
Thank you.
making sure we had that correct. We have a motion and a second for a 2-meeting deferral. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Thank you.
We're now at bills on introduction and first reading. Is there a motion for their approval? So moved. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're now at bills on second reading. BL 2012-155 adopts the property tax levy for fiscal year 2012-2013. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance Committee voted to approve and to re-refer to the Budget and Finance Committee with a vote of 15-4, none against, and I would make that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2012-156 amends the Metro Code to shift the collection authority of certain taxes from the county clerk to the Department of Finance. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to approve 15-4, none against, and I would move approval.
Councilmember Tigert.
Convention and Tourism voted to approve 4-0.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Public Safety voted 5-4-0 against.
Use your microphone, please.
Sorry, Public Safety voted 5-4-0 against.
Councilmember McGuire.
I would move approval, please.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2012-157 establishes the property tax relief program for low-income elderly residents of the metropolitan government for fiscal year 2012-2013. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to approve 11-0, and I would move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2012-160 amends the Victim Offender Mediation Litigation Tax provisions to authorize the collection of an additional $1 litigation tax on all cases in the general sessions and juvenile courts to fund centers that handle victim offender mediation and other community mediation matters, and to provide that such funds be administered by the Finance Department. Councilmember Stein.
Committee report.
Councilmember McGuire.
Budget and Finance voted to approve 15-4, none against.
Councilmember Stein.
Move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're now at bills on third reading. BL 2012-99 amends .44 acres of the SP district for the previously approved H&M Motors Specific Plan District located at 1525 4th Avenue South to permit auto sales new, auto sales used, auto service, and all uses permitted by MULA zoning, and to remove the condition for a sidewalk along Mallory Street. Councilmember Moore.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Claiborne.
Planning, Zoning, and Historic voted 10-0 to defer 1 meeting.
Councilmember Moore.
Move to defer 1 meeting with just a brief, very brief explanation.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember.
I just want to say that there are still some concerns about this bill, and I did explain to the Mr. Samadi, the applicant who's here, and so he understands that it's going to be deferred 1 meeting, and so I move to defer 1 meeting. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the 1 meeting deferral, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Without objection, we can take 135 and 136 together. Seeing none, BL 2012-135, cancel 6.26 acres of the Magnolia Station Residential Plan Unit District overlay for properties located at Tenon Road unnumbered, amends the PUD located at 1900 Tenon Road, removes 1.42 acres of open space from the PUD, deletes 6 dwelling units, and converts that portion of the PUD to open space zoned RM4 and a portion proposed for R40 zoning. BL 2012-136 changes 1.42 acres from RM4 to R40 district for property located at Tenon Road unnumbered, 750 feet north of Springfield Highway. Councilmember Purdue.
Committee report, please.
Councilmember Claiborne.
Planning, Zoning, and Historic voted to approve both 135 and 136, 10-0.
Thank you. Councilmember.
Move approval, please.
Have a motion and a second. Councilmember Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I have a direct conflict of interest with both 135 and 136, and I would like to be abstaining, please.
So noted. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2012-144 abandons an easement rights within the former right-of-way of the 45th Avenue North on properties located at 4414 and 4502 Illinois Avenue. Councilmember Baker.
All committees reporting, move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2012-145 approves a lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government and G4SU Services, LLC for space at 5131 Harding Place. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I believe all committees are in, so I would move approval.
Have a motion and a second. Councilmember Dow.
Yes, I wanted to get some more information about this particular lease. I never got a follow-up regarding what type of security is going to be in place here, who the residents are going to be in this facility. Are those terms defined in the lease, John? And my second question is it possible to defer this until we get further information regarding who will be housed in this facility and what type of security they're going to have in place? Because my understanding that this is the same company that oversaw Taft, and those are youth that have, they're serious offenders. And I want to make sure if they're moving out in our community to this facility that we have the proper safety measures in place to house them. And I have not received any information to clarify whether this is or not.
My understanding is these are female juvenile offenders that are being moved from another facility in the state. The lease doesn't go into detail about security measures.
So we don't know what level of offenders these are.
No, I don't know. The Sheriff's Department would have to provide that information.
Are we able to defer this and move to deferral?
We have a motion and a second to defer. Councilmember McGuire.
Oh, I would support that motion of deferral.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of deferral, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It is deferred one meeting. Next is BL 2012-146, approves a contract between the Metro Traffic and Parking Commission and the Nashville Downtown Partnership for management of Metro's parking facilities. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All committees having reported, I would move approval.
Have a motion and a second. Councilmember Westerholm. Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2012-147 authorizes the Metropolitan Government to enter into an agreement with Wilson Bank and Trust to provide public sewer extension at the Grove at Cane Ridge subdivision. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All committees having reported, I would move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We got one more page to go. BL 2012-148 abandons 250 feet of a 6-inch water main and accepts 28 feet of an 8-inch water main easement and one public fire hydrant located at 2014 Bernard Circle. Councilmember Allen.
I believe all committee reports in, so I'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2012-149 abandons 166 linear feet of a 40-foot wide public utility and drainage easement on properties located at 311 DeMombrian Street, 210 4th Avenue South, 4th Avenue South unnumbered, and Almond Street unnumbered. Councilmember Gilmore.
With all committee reports in, I move for approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2012-150 abandons 142 feet of an easement retained by Metro Council Ordinance BL 93739 within the former right-of-way of Cross Hills Road at 124A and 128 Alton Road. Councilmember Todd.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All committee reports are in. I'd move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Now we're at memorializing resolutions. First one is RS 2012-225. Requests Mayor Dean and Metro Water Services to designate a priority capital project, the installation of a 6-inch water main at Brando Road from Central Pike to its intersection with Hoggett Ford Road, and the extension of that water main into the intersecting Hoggett Ford Road. Councilmember Stanley.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Public Works Committee, at the request of the sponsor, voted to defer for 2 meetings.
Councilmember McGuire.
Budget and Finance made no recommendation.
Councilmember Stanley.
Make a motion to defer 2 meetings.
Okay, all in favor of the motion to defer, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next is RS 2012-226. Requests the mayor and the Metro Nashville Public Schools to include the construction of a new high school in the Hermitage area as part of the capital spending plan for fiscal year 2012-2013. Councilmember Stanley.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember McGuire.
Budget and Finance voted to approve as substituted, 15 for, none against.
Councilmember Matthews.
Education voted to defer by rule, 5 for, 0 against.
Councilmember Stanley.
Defer 2 meetings.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Is there a motion to adjourn till Tuesday at 6 o'clock?